Welcome to the December meeting of the Main Planning Committee of City of York Council on the 2nd of December 2021. Before we start, just a few items of housekeeping. If members have mobile phones, if they could please either turn them off or turn them on to silent. As far as I know, no fire alarms are planned, but should the fire alarm go off, it will be a real emergency. And consequently, we go out of that door, down the stairs and gather in front of the Grand Hotel for a roll call. Now, there is quite a long agenda tonight, so we will be taking fairly regular breaks because we have to admit speakers. So we'll be taking a break between item 4A and 4B and 4C. It may not be necessary to take a break in between the others, but if any member would like a break at any time, please feel free to indicate, and we can take a short comfort break if we require it. Now, we've had a number of apologies for absence. We have Councillor Wardby, who has been substituted by Councillor Cuthbertson, who has not arrived yet. He is chairing another meeting, should be here shortly. We've had apologies from Councillor Daubeny. We've had apologies from Councillor Doty. Now, he was to be substituted by Councillor Rowley, but unfortunately, Councillor Rowley has an urgent matter to deal with and has had to send his apologies as well. So, right, so we can move on now to item 1, declarations of interest. Are there any members who have a declaration of interest to declare? Councillor Looker.
I'm in the interests of transparency and openness, I am declaring that I have had, because of my position as a Guildhall ward councillor, I have had at least one, if not two, meetings with the Minster around their proposals for the Minster Song School and the College Green. I have not made up my mind. I was aware of some of the reservations that were existing, so I have not taken a pre-decision, but I am just giving you notice that I have had those meetings, and obviously in that sense a lot of the background.
Thank you very much, Councillor de Gorn.
In a similar vein, interests of transparency on item 4B, which is development in my ward, I've attended a couple of meetings where residents have had the opportunity to hear from the developer for proposals and ask questions. I've not formed a view, and my fellow councillor who's registered to speak tonight has taken the lead on those meetings in terms of conducting them. And also on item 4D, I should just note that Councillor Craghill, who's my partner, is registered to speak as ward councillor for the Guildhall ward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barker.
Chair, sorry.
Yes?
When you whistle your papers over the microphone, it's really
I do. Sorry about that. I'll try to avoid doing that in future. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Again, in the interest of transparency, declare my wife is employed by the Minster.
Thank you for that. Any other further declarations of interest? I have a declaration of interest on item 4E, which is College Green. Now, one of the speakers who is speaking in objection to that is Dr. Roger Pearce. Now, Dr. Roger Pearce was a senior officer at one of my previous councils. I've spent an enormous amount of time working with him. I hold him in the highest possible regard, and I feel that his comments might prejudice my view. So I've decided that I will declare a prejudicial interest in that and leave the meeting, and Councillor Pavlovich has very kindly agreed to take the chair for that final item. I promise I'm not trying to skive off early. It's just that I think, having had a close association with Dr. Pearce, it's probably better if I keep out of the debate. Okay, no further declarations of interest. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the minutes. Now, on page 8, paragraph 2, I've spoken with Councillor Pavlovich at length, and we've agreed that that is not an accurate reflection of what was said, and I've put round an agreed statement which he and I have put together to replace paragraph 2. So if you'd just like to read it, I've put it down on a piece of paper for you. which, having been through the transcript of the meeting, I think is completely accurate as one can get. Are there any other comments on the minutes before we move? Councillor Waters.
Sorry, Chair, I just cannot agree. I know both paragraphs, there's no mention of the comment, I'd rather go to hell in a handcart than approve development on greenbelt sites. So neither of them is particularly accurate. I would suggest if there's dispute between these two paragraphs, that we adjourn for 5 minutes and the officers go through the webcast of the meeting and return, because I'm certainly not approving this, which has been put on our tables with no explanation whatsoever.
Right, fair enough. Councillor Douglas.
I'm in agreement, Chair, with Councillor Waters.
I can give you exactly what I said because I've written a transcription of it. I'll go to hell in a handcart before I vote for a greenbelt application, I'm afraid. That's what I said. Go to hell in a handcart means go downhill, deteriorate rapidly. That's what it comes from the dictionary definition of it.
Chair, sorry, I don't think that was very clearly stated. Could you slow down and repeat it, please?
I will go to hell in a handcart before I vote for a greenbelt application, I'm afraid. And go to hell in a handcart from the dictionary definition means deteriorate rapidly or go downhill. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I also agree with Councillor Waters. I personally don't feel like this new paragraph is an accurate reflection of what was said, but I actually had my hand up for a different point,
Right.
Which was on page 5, the bottom bullet point, basically says it was not considered reasonable for the Kemp to be brought to local councillors for consultation, although they could be consulted. I feel like that isn't very clear on what exactly the involvement of local ward councillors and local parish councillors would be. I think it's important to have on the record what we agreed their involvement would be on consultation on the camp. And my other question was on relation to page 4, the public participant who raised the issue of site visits. That was nearly 2 months ago, so I was just wondering what progress there's been on looking into site visits and how to make them safe for everyone, committee members and members of the public.
You could do that if you like. I mean, we had discussions about it, so.
Yeah, we've had discussions about the site visits at the moment. Given the current situation that we are in, we will continue to keep them virtual. But what we have done, and we will continue to do, is that if anybody has anything specifically that they want looking at in terms of a site visit. So on Tuesday, for example, we had representations from local residents, and they asked us to stand in specific places to look at specific things, and that's what we did. And we do that as part of a site visit, even if people were there or not. So we're asking if anybody has anything that they want us to look at or anywhere where they want us to stand, let us know before the meeting and we will do it as part of the meeting. That's at the moment where we're in terms of where we're going, but given the current strain and all the restrictions that are currently being introduced again, that's what we're doing. But we are in the process of writing how we will go forward with these site visits. We just need to get agreement for that.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just returning to the minute on page 8, which you're attempting to change. I think that most people's common understanding of I would go to hell in a handcart before I did something is that you would not do the thing. And therefore, the minute that is printed in the papers is more accurate than the minute you are trying to put in, which says you would find it challenging. I don't think going to hell in a handcart is finding something challenging. If you say, I would rather go to hell in a handcart, that's quite dramatic. Going to hell is something that most people would not want to do. And so therefore you are saying that you would never do the thing. So I don't think we can change. Either you substitute it for the actual wording that you've got in the transcript, or you leave it as it is currently printed in the papers.
Can I just point out that what people's perception of a comment is not necessarily correct. It's not a popularity contest. The term is clearly defined in the Oxford English Dictionary and the Dictionary of Phrases. So if people don't understand
Chair,
it,
with respect, I think that's irrelevant.
it's absolutely not irrelevant.
This is about the accuracy of the minutes,
Yes.
and either you replace what is in there with the actual wording that was said that you have just read out to us, or you leave it as it is. You don't replace it with something that tries to change history.
Councillor Wren.
Hoping we'd avoid this sort of nonsense, but let's make something quite clear. The minutes of a meeting are not a verbatim record of what happened at the meeting. If we want to go through and have a verbatim conversation, then there are many, many comments in here, which I would say, that's not what I meant. That's not what Councillor Pavlovich meant. That's not what Councillor Waters meant. And we would have to go through and replace all of those comments attributed to members with direct transcripts of what they actually said at the meeting. We do not have the Democracy Officer time or patience to go through and record word for word everything that happens, if that is what you're suggesting. If what you are suggesting is that on certain occasions, if a couple of members think so, they should change and put verbatim in, but you would need a definition of when you do put verbatim comments in and when you don't put verbatim comments in. And if that's the case, we will spend an hour to 2 hours every meeting arguing of the details of the minutes. You may say you don't think that the wording is accurately reflects the summary of what the chair said. That's absolutely fine. Say that. You cannot put verbatim comments in. We have never had verbatim comments in the minutes of a planning meeting before, and you're setting a precedent which you then have to follow through on, and it's not possible to follow through on that. I suggest, Chair, the proposal is there. We have words on this paper, we have words, we take a vote on it and we move on and actually do what we're here to do and what people have attended for.
I'll take Councillor Lomas again. Thank you.
Thank you. I was giving the verbatim comment as an alternative to what's been put on the table. I think what is in the minutes as they are printed in our packs is fine, and I think that should stand. It's Councillor Fisher who's trying to change what has been written in the minutes as a summary and change the inference of that. And my suggestion is he either leaves it as it is currently printed in the minutes, or he, because there is obviously a difference of opinion over what the particular phrase he used means, then put the particular phrase that he used in.
Can I just reply to that, please?
If that is a proposal, I would second that.
Can I also point out, please, it said, Councillor Pavlovich's words, can I just clarify, did you say that you would never vote for approve an application in the Greenbelt? And I said very clearly, no, I didn't say that. Thank you very much. So, yes. Councillor Lomas, Councillor Melly, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you would rather not have a quote verbatim in the minutes, if you want, if you'd rather have a summary or whatever in it, then I think it needs to be based on what a reasonable member of the public would think and how they would interpret your comments.
I'm sorry, it should be based on what the phrase means, and that is, I've given you the dictionary definition.
Well, the measure used to assess whether somebody has a conflict or is predisposed is based on what a reasonable member of the public would think, and any reasonable member of the public would think they're going to tell them a hand cart means that you wouldn't do it, not that you would find voting challenging. I just don't think that's an accurate representation of what was said. And the other thing about this amendment is that it removes the part that says some other members considered to predetermine him for future applications. That is a sentiment that was expressed in the meeting by members, and I don't think it's right that that should be removed.
Sorry, what should be removed?
The last sentence of that paragraph, which some other members considered to predetermine him for future applications. It was stated by members that we felt what you'd said had predetermined you for future applications. So I'm not sure why that would be removed from the minutes.
Well, it clearly says never vote as this would predetermine him. So if that was what I said, it would do. I completely agree with that, but it didn't. That's the point, Councillor Eyre again.
Just for clarity on that point, case law says a reasonable person is not just a member of the public. A reasonable person, as defined in case law, But if you look at, yeah, but a reasonable person in defining planning case law is somebody with extensive knowledge of the planning system and somebody with extensive knowledge of politics and local government and understanding. So it is not, and it's quite clearly said in case law, just a member of the public with average knowledge. A reasonable person is somebody who understands the planning system, understands local government, understands elections. I'll send it to you, Councillor Douglas. I've got the case law, quite happy to send it straight through to you.
I'm not disputing I'm not disputing your definition of case law or what it is. What I am stating is what I was advised when I was a very new and young member of planning committees was that your declarations of interest were not just your actual, they were what would be perceived as a declaration of interest. And therefore, they go slightly wider than what an informed member of the public might think. Actually, an informed member of the public is frequently sitting on the Clapham omnibus. They tend not to go past West offices very regularly, but I'm sure if they did, they would have a good understanding of the, what should I say? I think it's Fowler's Dictionary of Modern Fable and Well-Known Quotations. You read that, that will define you, Helena Handcart, beautifully.
Councillor Holly.
Thanks, Joe. What we seem to have is a version of the minutes, which is what somebody else thought you said or thought you meant, and a version of the minutes, which is what you thought you meant based on what you think. So given this is trying to give a view on what your reasoning was and what you thought, it would seem more sensible to go with your explanation of what you thought rather than the explanation of what somebody else thought you may have meant.
If I use a term in the appropriate terminology and somebody misunderstands it, that is not my problem. I'm sorry about that, but that is
Just plain the man.
I have the definition up here. It's quite clear. Sorry, Councillor Patton. It's all right.
Sorry, members, can I just come in here? Sorry, not to interject, and I know this isn't my place, but we've got a full agenda here to do tonight. If we can't agree on I think you need to decide and vote on these minutes. If you don't agree, we will, if you want to come back to myself and Ange, and we will, if you've got the comment, if you don't agree the minutes, you've got to do the full vote and whatever else. If you don't agree it, give the comments to us, and if needs be, we can do a separate meeting or something else, but we need to get on with what we've got tonight. And I think you need to make a decision now, because we have got a full agenda to do.
I was just going to
Sorry.
say, I know
that's not my, but we need to.
I was just going to say that I genuinely think we either vote on it now or we don't. But I think there has been a motion, it has been seconded that the minutes be accepted as they were originally written. And I think that we've now reached the stage, colleagues, where we have to vote on that.
I think we'll move to the vote if that's okay. I think we'll just.
Chair. So procedurally, I think given the chair is in dispute with the minutes, it should be the vice chair that conducts this vote.
And can we ask for a named vote as well, please, on this?
Prior to this vote, can we have promise you, stand to accept the monitoring officer will be here at the start of the next one.
I can't. Yes, no, I know what you're saying. I can't promise you'll be here because I haven't got a diary. I don't know anything else, but I think we need to, if they're not agreed, which is an if, leave it with us and we'll go away and have the conversation about what we do next, because I can't promise I can bring it back, because I can't promise that somebody's going to be here, but you're not agreeing them, which is if you're not agreeing them, we'll go away and work a way around how we do this separately.
But in fairness, there's a monitoring officer and a deputy monitoring officer,
Yes,
so
no,
I assume one of them will be free.
I'm just saying I can't promise, and we'll work out what we do once you've made the vote.
We just had a request from our democracy officer to take a short adjournment because she needs to compile a list.
I need to sort the names out.
Right, thank you, everybody. We've just taken advice, and the advice was the best thing to probably do is defer this minutes, because obviously there's the issue about whether or not the chair can consider it. We can't get you that kind of advice now, but if we defer it, we can get the monitoring officer or the relevant legal officer here for the next meeting where we can discuss it and do it that way. We haven't got the advice that we need to give you now, and we're not likely to be able to get you it soon. So if we could defer this to the next meeting, that would be our advice if possible.
Can I propose, Chair, therefore, that we defer this item until the next meeting?
Thank you, Chair. So does that mean that the other proposed changes to the minutes will be made and then we can look at that when we vote, or are we postponing all proposed changes? Okay.
Sorry, for clarification, we'll take it all to the next meeting.
Councillor Waters.
And will that include the minutes of the November meeting? Because the first paragraph in that is intrinsically linked to what we're discussing now. So you might as well defer both sets of minutes.
Your decision.
Yeah, move that we defer all the minutes of anything until the next planning committee. If anybody wants to second that. Fantastic. Right, can we put it straight to the vote?
Yep.
Right.
All those in favour? Right. Who against? Abstentions? 2. On to the first application before us, which is item 4A, which is land at Cocoa West Wigginton Road. Yep, fine. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the demolition of the gatehouse and erection of up to 302 dwellings, creche and associated access, car parking, public open space, landscaping, associated infrastructure and drainage, and other associated works. Just, oh, it's not. And there we go. Okay, so this is the site location plan, the application site outlined in red that you can see behind you, other land owned in blue. This is an aerial view of the site to give it context in relation to Wigginton Road there, the existing buildings, existing properties, and the tree belt here. This is the master plan for the site, again, the existing property here. Where my red line is here is the apartment blocks. The white that tends to be in rows is the new dwellings. You've got your access here. You've also got 2 pedestrian accesses and pedestrian cycle in here and here. Just going to quickly run through the plans. So that's the north apartment building, the typical elevation there. It's floor plans, the typical elevation of the south apartment. As you can see, these are all in your packs as well. And then you can see a typical house type, 2-storey house type here. And these are the sections through the site. So you can see the existing here with the difference in the stories of housing, like the 3 and 2-storey housing, again, 3 and 2-storey housing. And again, views through the site with the apartment blocks here and here. And again, in relation to the existing property and the apartment block that you can just see in there. That's the example of the public realm and landscaping. Again, you can see access through into the site that I showed you down that corner access there. Oh, that is, I will go back to this one. And we also have a committee update. Jonathan, can you?
Yes, thank you. The update is just in relation to the planning conditions recommended. So there's some amendments there. Condition number 18 that related to a road safety audit, we've proposed to delete that and incorporate that in condition 19, which relates to the detailed design of the junction from Wigginton Road. So that would allow the design to be adjusted if needs be, following the outcome of the road safety audit works. And the only other minor change is condition 31, which related to visitor car parking, and it's just to change that to allow us to agree a scheme, to approve a scheme for visitor car parking throughout the site. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions for officers on the plans? Councillor Ed.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably a question for Highways Officer. Relates to page 35, paragraph 3.7, and also page 45, paragraph 5.31. The transport assessment, it says the impact on the wider network is not expected to exceed the levels previously accepted under the original outline application. At the time that that application came in, the Groves was a through route area. Since that point, the Groves has been closed and traffic has been redirected quite significantly and potentially permanently. Has there been an updated transport assessment on what the impact would be now that those roads are potentially no longer open?
Hello, I'm Helen Versher, the Traffic and Highway Development Manager. No, there's not been an updated transport assessment. The Groves is a temporary trial. It's not a permanent measure.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlich.
Don't go, Helen. I don't think we're necessarily in the realms of hypotheticals, but if that worst scheme, the growth scheme, were to be made permanent, then what would the implications be? And surely there would need to then be an updated survey. I'm surprised you haven't done one with the scheme as it's with the growth scheme and its implications as it stands at the moment. I mean, Councillor Ayres brought it up, but it was an issue that I felt was significant, given the amount of traffic that's been added to Wigginton Road since the Groves were closed.
Well, first of all, the previous planning application, which is the consent is still valid, has much more traffic than what is proposed here. So we didn't think it was necessary to redo the assessment because obviously there's a valid planning consent. So that's why we didn't ask, but we do have traffic generation figures, and I do not think we would have a significant enough impact to be able to object to this planning application, even with the Groves in place.
Councillor Looker and Councillor de Gorne.
Yes, I mean, I'm sort of pursuing the same issue because obviously the Groves decision will be being made very, very shortly, well before any of this is even started. So I agree that with both my previous colleagues that it should have been taken into account. And I notice that you are putting in condition, an amendment to condition 19 to look at the necessary traffic works at on Wigginton Road, because one of the other points I was going to make is that as both a pedestrian and a cyclist, Wigginton Road is a nightmare. It really is a very difficult road. As a cyclist, I tend to prefer to go up Haxby Road and cut through much further up because I find Wigginton Road so difficult to use, especially as you go further up where there's no pavements, and the traffic does go really rather fast. The increased congestion, which you note at the Clarence Street junction where Wigginton Road and Haxby Road pretty well collide, not perhaps literally, but metaphorically, is, I think, going to be significantly more increased. And one of the real big issues that exists in residents living up Wigginton Road and Haxby Road is that there are very few opportunities to cross between Wigginton Road and Haxby Road until you get down to that junction, where if you stand and look, a hell of a lot of it comes down Wigginton Road and turns up and goes up Haxby Road. And what comes down Haxby Road turns and goes up Wigginton Road. So it really is, I think, quite frankly, this ought to give us an opportunity for reviewing some of that congestion, because as Councillor Pavlovich said, it's only going to get worse if we all possibly hope that the Groves arrangements become permanent. So I think you need to amend condition 19 to really look very hard at all the traffic that's going on in that area.
Councillor Pavlovich, right. Was that have you got a supplementary? No, that's okay. You've got a second point. Councillor Gorn.
Yes, so since we started down this track, I note on paragraph 3.7 refers to alignment of the bus route through the site, which has been designed for one way, even though the network management preference is two-way. So question there is does the actual layout that is designed here and the space between those two accommodation blocks allow for it to become two-way at some point in the future, or do we need this proposal to be referred back for that to be considered? And likewise, a notice on paragraph 32 on page 62, there's a reference to bollards, restriction bollards to limit vehicle access through the site. Is that the question there really? Is this going to be adopted highway, or is it going to be within the remit of the management company to maintain that? You know, have those aspects been looked at as well?
So in terms of the last question on highway adoption, the main route through the site, the plan is for that to become adopted highway. So the bollards are for the local authority to then manage. At the moment, we have requested bollards because we do not anticipate a bus route to come through the site. We had discussions with bus operators. None of them have an interest in coming through the site. And this is why we've not insisted on the two-way bus route, because actually in terms of bus operation, it's unlikely that a bus would operate through the site. But it has been looked at. We would have to make some small changes to the open area near where the bollards will be placed to get a bus in the other way, but it would be possible, and all of this would be an adopted highway. So if really we did decide to have a two-way bus route through, it would be possible in the future.
So can I just follow up the statement by the York Civic Trust that they understand the council would route either the number 1 or number 5 services through the site? That is not going to happen, because clearly if they did that, they couldn't get back to go through Huntington and New Earswick, so it would completely mess up the whole thing. So
well, in first instance, we don't route those routes. The bus operators decide on those routes. If for the bus services that go down Wigginton Road, the interest is to serve the hospital. So really redirecting through Haxby is not what you want to do. You want to serve the hospital. Right. And for the bus routes that are currently using Haxby, there's no interest in going on Wigginton, because as you described just earlier, Wigginton Road is actually quite a difficult route to get through for buses. So they would rather stay on Haxby. This is why at the moment there is no interest from the bus operators to get through the site.
Okay, Councillor Eyre, was your supplementary
just
that?
Just come back on that
one
particular point. I mean, looking at that, if were the bus operators presented with that plan, because if they were, I'm not at all surprised that there's no interest, because the bus operators, the bus route would be joining a queue of residents waiting to get out onto Wigginton Road with no separated route. So was that a factor in terms of the bus operators? Have they looked at that plan?
When we discussed this with them, we didn't even have a plan. We discussed, would you want to go through a site? So it was way before the plan was available.
Councillor Eyre.
Yeah, it was on that wider access road plan. I totally agree with what Councillor Lucker said. It would be fantastic if there was a road between Haxby Road and Wigginton Road, which would be round about where this particular site is. That would do entirely what you did and take that whole loop out. And interestingly, on the bus point of view, the buses might want to go down Wigginton Road if all that traffic was no longer following that loop. It's always been kind of my understanding that it was council officers and our highways team that have been against that particular through route being included rather than the developers. Is that the case? And again, to that point, does that view change if the Groves trial is made permanent.
The issue with having through traffic, so I understand this was modelled for the previous application. So obviously we are looking at evidence that is not submitted here, but for the previous one. So this was all modelled, and the issue is we would have a lot of traffic redirecting through Crichton Avenue, and that would be so much that it's really not suitable. So we can't do this because we would have too much traffic redirecting that way.
I mean, that does surprise me as somebody who uses that route and uses the beside route the councillor Looker says. I go down Crichton Avenue, and the way I go from Heworth to Crichton Avenue is down Haxby Road to the collision at the bottom, round the loop, back up past the hospital, creating huge amounts of traffic around the hospital that doesn't need to be there to get back up to Crichton Avenue to get to where I need to go. So I don't think it would bring any more traffic because those people are already going to Crichton Avenue that way. They're just following an extended loop past the hospital instead. I don't see a latent need that would be added to that other than people who are already using that loop.
And
do you agree? Sorry, that wasn't
sorry, Ollie.
What the modelling work showed that there would be a lot more use of Burtonstone Lane, Crichton Avenue, these type of routes to get through instead of going all the way to the ring road. So that was what the modelling work did show.
That's even worse then, because then pointed out they were about to dual the ring road, so we're putting added capacity on the ring road. So that's also coming in since this traffic survey was done. So I'm now thinking that the traffic survey referred to on page 35 is pretty much redundant.
I agree entirely with what Councillor Eyre is saying there. One of the biggest bottlenecks in York is Crichton Avenue Junction, and it is almost impossible to deal with it because of the width of the bridge. And if a car is turning right into Crichton Avenue, it is very difficult for a car to go straight down Wigginton Road towards the hospital. And unless that can somehow be widened, the whole answer is surely to try and take traffic from going on the loop down Wigginton Road, back up Haxby Road. A two-way route through this site would make a colossal amount of sense in my view. I can't remember who was next, Councillor Pavlich.
Is this going to be relevant to whether this application is supported or not? This sounds like a wider traffic travel and traffic issue. To what extent is the points that have been made, and I think very validly made, relevant to this application?
Well, no through traffic through the site is a policy in the local plan. So obviously this decision was made way before this application is coming. It's a transport strategy decision that was made well in advance of this. So it is a wider issue.
It is a wider issue.
So we have to, right. Any further questions? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Can you help me understand the master plan a bit, anybody? Because it's a bit small, and even I thought it would make more sense once you put it up on the big screen, but it's still a bit small. I can't understand what all the little squares are. So at the bottom of what we are looking at on the screen, it looks to me like we've got a load of back-to-back houses, and then above that, a load of houses with no private gardens or outdoor space. Am I correct in my understanding of that?
So on the south side, so these two are houses, and that one in the middle is a house, and then on the other side they're houses. So that's repeated across that south section of the site. So that section there is garden. I think we've got the houses have been designed in a specific way, so they're orientated. So at the ground floor level, people have they've got a sort of living room area that looks out onto the garden. So they have that outlook onto their garden, and the windows on the upper floor are orientated to look outwards. So it's a certain house type that is designed specifically to make sure that people have their own private outlook into their own garden there. And all the houses do have gardens. So as an example, that's a row of garden. These are rear elevation to rear elevation, and they're gardens, back gardens along there. Again, that area in the centre there is gardens that the house is back onto. Again, along this section here, that's the row of houses, that's the row of houses, and that bit in the middle there is garden. That's repeated there. These ones, the ones at the top, that's the row of houses, and that's the row of houses, and then so they look out into a shared sort of communal amenity area, and then they have their own back gardens there with an alleyway that provides access.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas and Councillor Pavlovich.
And on parking, is it allocated? And can you highlight on the plan where the parking spaces are? And are there any designated accessible spaces? Thank you.
A tricky question. So the intention is that the council will adopt the majority of the highway. So what you see that's close to the road, generally as a rule of thumb, that will be adopted highway. So there'll be it'll be like a res park type scheme. And then in the courtyard areas, such as this is a private courtyard off streets. These ones are private courtyards off streets. And again, they would obviously be allocated with the properties, and the houses typically have parking in the driveways. So you've got driveways at the front of the houses in arrangements like that, and they're of a generous size. So a car will fit without overlapping the pavement, and obviously the size of them, obviously that makes them all an accessible size. So to answer your question, where it's in curtilage parking, that's accessible, but within these courtyards, there's none of those are of an accessible dimension. So the apartment blocks don't have any accessible sized car parking on the plan.
Thank you. I think Councillor Pavlovich, you had another point.
Thank you, Chair. This is about the affordable housing. We normally have a paragraph specifically around the affordable housing, but I'm working from the conclusion here. And you state that it's the developer's intention to supply a further 44 shared ownership homes to make a total of 36% affordable housing. Two questions really. One, is there any delineation as to are these going to be family homes, i.e. the houses, or are they going to be apartments in the apartment block? And secondly, it says an intention. How strong is that intention above policy compliance of 20%? I mean, it's very nice, and I hope they do, but it just says an intention. What would come in the what would be a barrier to delivering that?
Well, it's probably a question for the applicants, but they are the type of developer who do provide that type of affordable housing, and generally it's a broad mix throughout the site. It's not in, I don't think we've reported it in the committee report, but we have an affordable housing statement with the application that our officers are happy with, that show the distribution of affordable houses and the typology. But I think, yeah, it's really a question for the applicants in terms of that, what they will do over and above policy compliance. I mean, I wouldn't want to report it to you in there that it's guaranteed, because that's sort of in the gift of the developer. But I understand it's a key component of their funding.
No,
the
that's
viability
great.
of the scheme.
But you say that although you haven't put it in the report, you have got an indication of what type of houses they're going to be. Are they going to be family homes, or are they going to be one-bed apartments?
It's a mix. So it does include a fair proportion of the houses. It's not all in the apartment block. That's right.
Good, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give my thanks to Councillor Pavlovich for explaining something that saved me a question, because I got a bit confused by the affordable 20 to 36%. So I think I wasn't going to say, but in lieu of what we said at the last meeting, I think to check this entirely clearly as a committee that what we're agreeing to is 20% affordable. So in essence, the 16% is something of a misnomer. I'm just thinking of the community building we had. Well, I don't want to be in a situation where we're then getting a further application comes back and we go, actually, we thought we were getting 36%. I think if it is just 20%, you can clarify that. I think in future, the reports need to be much clearer, because I don't want to vote through something thinking it's 36% when 44 is pie in the sky and it looks nice in a report, but doesn't really carry any weight. Otherwise, every applicant that comes forward will say, yeah, we're going to deliver 20%, but we've got an ambition to do 80% affordable. And we'll go, brilliant, and then they won't.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's been done here and what we would tend to do right at the end of the report, so in section 5, just before the recommendation, is where we set out our section 106 heads of terms. So it should be clear in there that it's 20%, but we only seek policy compliance rather than over and above that developers offering.
Any further questions to officers before we move into public participation? Nope, in that case, we have 2 public participants. We have Mr. Adam Wisher, who is the applicant, first of all, who is speaking obviously in support of the application, and he has some colleagues online to answer questions or with us to answer questions. So if you'd like to come up, please, Mr. Wisher. I think some are online, yes, they are. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, councillors. My name is Adam Wisher. I represent the applicant and the developer Latimer, part of the development arm of Clarion Housing Group. So we greatly appreciate your time this evening and the support of the planning officers over the past few months to craft the proposal that you've seen. So our lead master planner, JTP, will be speaking after me, and we also have our planning consultant, Litchfields, and technical team on the call as well. So just to introduce Latimer, or to reintroduce us, we're the largest housing association in the UK, owning 125,000 properties. Our purposes remain consistent from our founder in the early 1900s, and it's to deliver homes for those who the market's failed. Now, all profits made by Latimer, including those on this site, will go back in to the wider group, giving us more opportunities to deliver affordable homes and sustainable communities. But coming to York and Cocoa West, we bought the site in 2020 after acquiring the neighbouring fantastic building that is Cocoa Works. We're attracted by the site's rich heritage, and whilst it had existing consent, we saw an opportunity to create one cohesive community across these 2 sites, to link the 2 with high quality landscaping and public realm, and rebalance the mix of housing, which was heavily apartment focused. So now we provide more family homes on site. Last month, we started the redevelopment of Cocoa Works, and we hope, following a positive outcome this evening, we can seamlessly work to deliver Cocoa West. So we believe Clarion's social purpose is fully aligned with our proposal. So not only in the delivery of 110 affordable homes, which is 16% of a policy, which you can come on to, but in a truly sustainable place with strong community benefits and lots of opportunities for social interaction and healthy living, which is more important now than ever. I think we agree that the site vacant for too long, and the need to bring it back to life and provide much needed homes is there for all to see. I think our proposals respond to this need, but also reflect the heritage of the site in delivering a place and buildings of true quality. I think we've had an open and collaborative discussions with the council over the last 12 to 18 months, which we've enjoyed. You
have half a minute left, please.
It's through these collaborations, through planning, design, landscaping, we've made a number of changes to the scheme, enhanced the amount of homes and the quality of the public realm that we're delivering. So alongside I work with the council, the scheme you see is a result of our strong vision, time, thought and passion. And with a positive decision this evening, we can start delivering homes early in the new year. With this in mind, we respectfully request that the members support the recommendation of your planning officer And I thank you for your time so far. I was looking to hand over to our design lead and architect, Ian Fenn, if that's possible.
The
please,
the
3
next
minutes.
person to speak will be the architect, but if members have any questions for Mr. Wisher, I would. Councillor Powell, please.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I'll ask you the question that I asked of the planning officers. Policy compliance is 20%. You've indicated that you want to deliver 36%.
Yes.
What are the barriers to delivering 36%?
I think in terms of the way Clarion's business and the relationship with Latimer is set up, that there are no barriers. That is the plan, and furthermore, there's a transactional basis with our wider group that deal is in place and that will be delivered. In fact, the whole viability of our proposal is heavily weighted us on delivering that. So a slightly different approach from a standard developer, but that's how our business works. That's what we will deliver here.
Great. So 36% is effectively a guarantee.
Yes.
So can I just ask just one further final question? The tenure, are these going to be social rent? Are they going to be shared ownership schemes? How are you going to frame the offer to York?
Yeah, that's right. So there's a mix across all tenures. We have 192 market, 54 social rent, and 56 intermediate. And that's spread right throughout the development. So a mix of the smaller apartments and larger family homes, creating a really inclusive community.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of car parking, obviously there are comments from the Civic Trust and others about raising concerns about an excessive provision of private car parking spaces. And looking at the application, it seems there's an aspiration for one car club space on the site, which seems quite a not particularly ambitious target if we're looking at sort of reducing car ownership and offering alternatives. I just wondered whether your aspirations really are for no more than one car club space. And you mentioned other developments you've been involved in, and are there things you do elsewhere that could be replicated here to provide alternatives to private car ownership?
I think, thanks for the question. I think in terms of the site and the concept, it is a accessible location, and in terms of the cycle storage and access to the cycle routes here, I think that provides a natural alternative to the car. In terms of car club, that will ultimately be market-led in terms of the demand for those facilities. We'll make that space available. I suppose ultimately during the lifetime development, if that's the way the market and operators go, there'll be opportunities for that within the ownership that's retained by Latimer in terms of the managing agent and association, or within the council spaces that are retained and being adopted. So I think there will be flex during the life of the development for that need.
Thank you. Next.
Very quick point of clarification. You said at the beginning of your speech that all profits go back into the organisation. Is Latimer therefore a registered non-for-profit organisation?
Clarion is, yes.
Thank you. So just going back to the parking, I think the officers indicated that there's no assigned accessible spaces. I just wondered if you could clarify that and also tell us what your experience of assigning accessible spaces is in other similar developments in other areas where there is a policy for assignment of accessible spaces on development. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So I think within each of the residential dwellings which have on-plot parking, those spaces will all be accessible and have that facility. I think that there are areas in the development alongside the apartment buildings that could have that flexibility either as a condition or as a longer term. And I think at the moment we're providing that accessible provision through the dwellings, which is the vast majority of the houses.
Yes, yeah. But I think we have to accept that people with disabilities will live in the apartments as well, won't they? And could you tell me what percentage you would generally expect to see on a site like this of accessible spaces that are assigned for the apartment block, say, for example?
I can work in different locations in the country. Both schemes which we're active on now, albeit slightly different locations, have a 0% requirement for accessible spaces. Again, it's sort of locally led, and we're reflecting policy. But again, I go back to within the apartment block there could be potential for accessible space, which could be conditioned. It would just mean less spaces. So it does have that flexibility in our plan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to start by thanking you for supplying this. It was very interesting, very useful. Just one little point from the artist's impression and the diagrams inside. Was there any consideration, instead of solar panels, to actually using solar roof tiles or solar slates, which is quite topical given what's coming up later in this agenda?
I think the sustainability is key to Latimer and this development, and whether it's the air source heat pumps or the photovoltaic on the site. I think if you look at the energy performance and sustainability at 28% below regulations, I think it's very, very strong. And there's more flexibility longer term to reduce that to 60%. So at the moment, it was a point in time and a decision that was made to go with the current solution. But rest assured, it was very well thought through, and sustainability has been at the forefront. And that was where we ended up.
Right. It was more an appearance sort of issue for me. And finally, I'd just like to thank you for actually providing a sensible provision of car parking. To me, these developments either want to be zero car parking or an appropriate level. Too often, people's trying to persuade people not to use cars. They come up with half as much car parking as is really needed, and then you end up with these landscaped areas cluttered with cars.
Yeah.
And that is evidence on so many developments in York. So I, for one, think you need to be applauded for providing a sensible level of car parking.
Thank you.
Take it off to avoid rustling papers and forget to put it on. Right, any further questions for Mr. Wisher? In that case, I'll thank you for your contribution and ask if your architect, Ian Fenn, would replace you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Ian Fenn, one of the team of architects that have crafted these proposals for Clarion, along with a large design team and your officers over the past 18 months. You have no doubt seen the current state of this allocated site on your recent virtual site visit, vacant and inaccessible to the local community. Our vision is to transform this site to create a vibrant, walkable neighbourhood, celebrating the area's local physical and cultural heritage, and integrating seamlessly with Cocoa Works factory and enabling the comprehensive redevelopment of the wider site. We will provide 302 homes for young, old, singles and families to own and rent, addressing a significant housing need in York, ranging from one-bed flats to four-bed houses. 36% of the homes are affordable, as you've heard. We will open up the site to everyone, creating a landscape-led, permeable and welcoming new neighbourhood. We'll embrace the Sustrans route along the southern boundary, encouraging people to walk and cycle locally. We will incorporate the stray land and preserve the best mature trees, supplementing these by planting 190 new native ones. We are embracing nature by providing new homes for birds, bats and bees through a series of landscape spaces for everyone to enjoy and to promote a sense of community, including a new neighbourhood square, community garden, orchard and safe play areas for children. Our proposals are underpinned by the walkable neighbourhood concept, where daily needs are met close to home, with the opportunity to work, shop and socialise locally, supporting the city centre and also reducing the need to travel, especially given recent months. As well as public open spaces, the scheme provides a new creche and integrates with the Cocoa Works factory site, which provides a retail unit, pavilion and refurbished library. In terms of travel, we are providing cycle and car parking for each home, have designed the streets to give priority to pedestrians and cyclists, whilst also accommodating car club spaces, 100% passive provision for electric charging points, and a potential future bus route, as you've heard. The approach to the architecture has been inspired by York's charming terrace streets and retained Cocoa Works factory building, and celebrates the rich history of the site, evident in the alignment of building forms, materials palette, details, naming of the buildings, spaces and routes, the public artwork, and indeed the landscape. We focus on creating new homes that are good for our health and well-being and good for the planet, maximising the relationship between inside and out, with opportunities for home and local working. We are also proposing an ambitious energy strategy, ensuring that we do our bit to support York in their declaration of a climate emergency through a fully electric heating system, utilising air source heat pumps and photovoltaic panels. We've worked tirelessly over the past 18 months with local community, stakeholders and your officers to carefully craft a transformational scheme for York that considers the past and embraces the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. I've just got a question about trees. On the aerial photograph that we've been given, there is a border of trees on both sides of the cycle path. Can you confirm that you're only going to be removing trees on the site side of the cycle path and not on the other side of the cycle path?
Yes, I believe that's the case. And it's the minimum amount of trees to make that connection to the Sustrans route. And we've located the connection to have the minimal impact.
Thank you.
So you said there's 100% passive provision for EV charging. I'm assuming that refers to the car parking spaces. Is there anything in terms of future proofing? Because there's 284 parking spaces against the 302 dwellings. Given the issues that you have with terraced housing, etc. now, is there anything in there for those homes that won't have parking spaces to still be able to access EV charging in the future?
Put microphone on.
I'm not aware of that level of detail. I don't believe so, no, but I can ask my colleague to clarify that in a minute for you.
Any further questions from members? Councillor Douglas.
I was really heartened to see the environmental aspects of the development and particularly on the buildings. I just wondered if you'd considered water harvesting. It seems to me it's a gap in the provision at this point in time. I wonder what your organisation feels about that.
Well, certainly as part of the integrated landscape strategy across the scheme, it's a very natural-led approach to landscaping, which seeks to retain water on the site as well through the landscaping, particularly in the public realm. Obviously, residents have the choice within their own private garden to incorporate their own water butts and rainwater harvesting within the private land ownership.
Councillor Douglas again.
So I meant for the purposes of grey water, so flushing toilets, that kind of thing.
That's the level of detail probably we'll work through the next stages, through the detailed design of the scheme as it moves through the delivery and construction stages on site.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a good point. Any further questions for Mr. Fenn? Nope, in that case, I'll thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Thank you.
Right, so that means now we move on to any final questions for officers.
I think the answer was no, to be honest. Councillor.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said anyway.
Sorry, Chair, I was just saying that I thought public speaker had suggested that maybe there was a colleague here who could answer councillor Ayre's question. No?
Is there a colleague who would like to? If you have a question that's been put and you can answer it, by all means.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Yates from Lichfield, planning consultant, working on the scheme. Was it the question in relation to the electric vehicle charging points and the
Yeah, so
on-street parking?
there's the ones that are being put in and then the pass for, so you can actually, all the current parking spaces proposed would be able to have EV charging points put in. But that obviously doesn't help for those that haven't got allocated parking spaces, so flats, etc. Is there anything like a central point where anybody who doesn't have a parking space could still access a single EV charger or rapid charger?
Yeah, my understanding is that the vast majority of houses do have at least one in curtilage pot, but that also the ductwork is being put in when the roads are put in. There will be the infrastructure there to enable electric vehicle charging to happen in the future. So there'll be sufficient room within the road network to enable that to come forward in the future.
Do you want me
Answer your
to-
question?
In terms of the apartment buildings that have got grouped car parking off street, we have got a condition to have 5% passive and 5% active provision in those spaces. So the idea is there would be a access to some of the car parking spaces for the apartments. So if you had an electric vehicle and you're in the apartments, you'd be able to use those facilities. So that covers that other aspect of it away from private driveways.
Any further questions from members? No, thank you very much indeed. Right, any final questions from officers? I see no hands, so therefore we can move into debate. Councillor Pavlovitz.
Thanks, Chair. It was really heartening to hear of an application that ticks quite so many boxes, surprisingly enough. It's not something this committee's used to from developers. So as Councillor Waters has said, I think the developers have got a lot to be commended for. And particularly, and an area that I've got the greatest interest in, we've now heard that there is essentially a guarantee that we will have a significant proportion of affordable housing on this site. Whilst I still hold and will always hold an anxiety level about the traffic that will be created by any development on Wigginton Road, particularly a large one like this. The scheme itself, I think it is a very strong one. I take Councillor Douglas's point in respect of the accessible parking provision, which I believe for policy compliance is, did you say 10%? Which is 10%. So I would like to propose that we accept this, that we approve this application with the condition in respect of accessible parking for the apartments. Yes?
Councillor Waters.
Well, I'll quite happily second that. I don't think there's much else to be said. If we can't approve a development like this on brownfield land, then we're all wasting our time, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Looker, then Councillor Eyre.
I think, I mean, taking this as a scheme, as Councillor Pavlovich says, it is excellent. And in a sense, what you would expect from a site that has long been associated with the name of Roundtree, and therefore is still reflecting some of those Roundtree philosophies. The only issue I have, which makes me anxious, is that I really do think that there is an opportunity, there should have been an opportunity to revisit the traffic, the cross traffic across the site, because I think, as some of us have been saying, there is an opportunity missed to actually review some of the rather horrific congestion down at the junction of Haxby Road and Wigginton Road. And I would have felt more comfortable if the condition 19 amendment did reflect a bit more significantly how some of this was going to be addressed. Because I think too often we don't take advantage of opportunities when they come, and like retrofitting, they are more expensive if you try to cure them after they've been put in place. And I feel before a trench is dug, we should at least have one more look at how we are managing the traffic, the opportunities that this site offers around the traffic issues. But I don't know whether that's possible.
Councillor.
100% in agreement with Councillor Looker. I think it's a bit frustrating for me and a shame, because I 100% agree with Councillor Pavlovich. It's a fantastic application. It's something that we should just be nodding through quite quickly. But as Councillor Looker said, and having looked at the layout, it's no fault of the applicant in the sense it's specifically designed out to prevent that through traffic. So the loop that comes through, the main road comes through to the left. It's then designed, you've got the bollard and it swings round. So it's not just sort of not providing that access, it's deliberately trying to block that access for the next 15, 20, 25 years. And that's what we'd be locking in. And it was an opportunity for solution. With Councillor Looker, I'm really not sure what to do on the application. It just feels like, through no fault of their own, we could possibly be making quite a big error in terms of that traffic movement. But you want the application to go ahead. And I don't know if there's anything we can do at such a late stage to sort of alleviate that in any way, or not necessarily to change it specifically, but to provide some sort of leeway that following a new update of the traffic modelling, etc., that it wouldn't be a case that we review it in 12 months' time and say, actually, we got that wrong, but it's too late because we've already approved the planning and it can't be redone. But I don't know whether any amended condition would allow us, because you would have to me, change that entire road layout and make it a straight through road rather than that banking weave.
I'll just say, I think this is a very, very good scheme. I particularly like the sustainable design and construction, the fact it's using heat pumps as opposed to gas boilers. We had an application a couple of months ago, gas boilers. They're out of date now. They're not, the future. This looks future-proof to me. If we do get 36% affordable housing, it'll be a fantastic asset for the people of York. I do agree entirely. I would have preferred a through route through it. I really would. But would I sacrifice a scheme like this for that? I hope perhaps as the scheme develops, there may be an opportunity to slightly change that. It could be possible to review it, but I certainly support approval of the scheme. Councillor Pavlovich.
Well, just mindful of just mindful of the points councillors Looker and Eyre make, and I think anybody who's used that road would also sympathise. To what extent is that relevant to this planning application? God knows I'd love to have that road myself, but is that relevant to this?
My only point on it would be, as us as officers in the emerging local plan, this is a strategic site, so it's got its own policy. It's got a shopping list of issues in that policy that says what the site should be delivering. And one of the points is explicitly not to have the traffic going through. So what you all think is best is not what our draft local plan says, I'm afraid. So that's what we're working
to the vote. I'm quite happy to move to the vote on that basis. Councillor de Gaunt, sorry.
Just on this point, I mean, I think from a slightly different perspective, that the local plan site allocation says it will be served by a regular bus service. And quite clearly we've heard that that's not going to happen. And the layout is such that it would not be attractive for an operator to use that as a route through the site. And it would not be quick or convenient for the passengers on that bus route, because there's no segregated pathway for buses to use. In fact, they're likely to be, if a bus route was introduced once this is opened, I'm sure other council have conferred that a bus going over those various humps and chicanes and so on would be very unattractive to the people who have to put up with the bus going past. So for design, and that's an integral part of the master plan. So I have a lot of reservations about approving this master plan, given what has been said about the role of this in our local plan and our transport strategy.
I would just point out, I've got this on Google Maps. I've just measured the maximum distance you would have to walk to get to a bus stop on Haxby Road is 300 metres. So I suppose you could argue that's within a reasonable distance of the bus stop. So, Councillor Waters.
Chair, I was just going to make that same point myself and then just say that according to my recollection, didn't the highways officer say that the bus companies were interested before they'd even seen the layout, the detailed layout?
Right, I think we move to the vote now. It's been proposed and seconded that this application be approved with the amended conditions 18 and 19. I think that's correct, is it? And the accessible parking. Thank you, yeah. Okay, are we all clear what we're voting on? All those in favour of the application, would you please show? Is that 11? I think it is. That's 11 in favour. And those against, please. None and abstentions. 2 abstentions. Okay. In that case, that is carried. If we can now take a short 10-minute adjournment for a comfort break and also for the purposes of getting the speakers into the next meeting. Thank you. Right, welcome back. We now move on to item 4B on the agenda, which is the application Mecca Bingo 68 Fishergate. If you would like to introduce that, please.
Thank you, Chair. So it's an application for demolition of the existing buildings and redevelopment of the site to form 275 room purpose-built student accommodation with associated parking, landscaping and facilities. So this is the site location plan here. You can see the site as it is now outlined in red with the existing bingo hall here and associated car parking. Again, illustration of the surrounding conservation areas is the red hatched areas that you can see here where I'm just running my cursor over. So this is some site photographs. Members saw the site on Tuesday. So it's Blue Bridge Lane and the rear elevation facing south and William Court, Ethan. And that's the front, side and rear, 23 William Court there. So you can just see that's the bingo building there with Ethan and the William Court within there. So this is the proposed site location plan here. The white is the new buildings, as you can see here in this arrangement. The servicing area here around the back with areas of open space here of Blue Badge Lane, Bridge, sorry, and again in here and around the sides. So these are the proposed north and west elevations. You can see 3, 3.5, 4-storey in height with the brick detailing. Proposed elevations to the east and the south. Again, and the large scale details of the materials, the Fishergate and Blue Bridge Lane corner, as you can see there. So these are the proposed floor plans. I don't intend on going through them in any great detail, but you can see how they're all in your agenda papers for you to see. And typical bedroom sizes, again, they're all in your papers. That's the proposed substation. That's the William Court overlooking study. That's probably easy for you to look at in your papers again. And this is visualizations. As I say to you every time when these are on, these are visualizations. Please rely on the scaled elevations for your decision. These are just meant for illustration purposes. So you can see that's the existing site here, the existing Mecca Bingo, and that's the proposed new development within there. And again, the existing Mecca Bingo and the proposed in here. And again, existing, proposed, and then from William Court, again, the existing Mecca Bingo and the proposed. I'll go back to the site plan. That illustrate, because obviously it's a scale plan for you to. There you go. Okay, I'm just going to pass to Jonathan for the update.
Thank you. Just quickly on that presentation, it's my fault, so I annotated wrong, but it's just it said on the drawing that William Court was to the south, but that's incorrect. It's my fault. That's, as you can see there, it's to the west of the application site. And moving on to the update, we've summarised for members the further representations we've received since the agenda was published. There's comments from the York Cycle campaign that's been circulated to members, which relates to the cycle storage, the cycle provision on site, suggestion that an access to the cycle storage could be from William Court, and they've also made reference to the car parking arrangements that are currently on Blue Bridge Lane. We've summarised the further objection comments. We've received 3 further objections since the committee report was made, and we've summarised those objections for members about the proposed use of the site, the impact on neighbours' amenity. There's been a letter in support about the scheme and the type of accommodation proposed, and the way that the operator works and engages the public. We've got some updates to conditions. there's a it's not made it on the list, but there's a suggestion that the large scale detail condition, we got some late further comments from the design and conservation officer. So we'd be looking to incorporate any large scale details he's specifically asked for. And then there's additional conditions that we're proposing. One, that there's no gates or doors that open outwards into the highway, which is standard condition. A requirement that the substation be 3 meters from the boundary with William Court, which is as is shown on one of the most recent plans we've got. And a condition on ecology grounds we're asking to add as well, that bat roost facilities are incorporated within the building. Those are in line with as requested by the council's ecologist. That's all, thanks.
Sorry, there's just, we were handed just before the meeting started, further representation, so it isn't on your additional information because we've literally only just got it. I'm just going to quickly summarize what it says. They're an objector to the application, and they've read the planning officer's report and note that the wording of the report does not expressly state that this planning proposal is contrary to the current adopted development plan. This is potentially highly misleading. It then goes on to quote the relevant, what they consider is the relevant planning guidance. It says there appears to be no evidence that the existing use is not viable. It says the fact that the bingo does not equate to it being a community facility. Many people played bingo, not just for the bingo, but to meet up together. The report fails to address the impact of the development proposal in terms of noise on existing residents. Then it talks about security issues. The immunity of the existing residents will be affected due to the volume of the development, including the number of students. The change of the principal has not been addressed properly. The character of the neighbourhood will be adversely affected, and the nature of effects of this has not been properly assessed in the report. It also goes on to say where education providers for profit arbitrarily increase student numbers and as a consequence play the student residential need card. This does not necessarily mean the need is to be addressed in this location. It also talks about there is a need for affordable housing and housing of proper size and quality. Student rooms are not housing and as such are not self-contained and are too small for sustainable living. And goes on to summarise all the points that I've said below. Above, sorry, the footprint of the new development is far too big, too close to Fewster Way. Its scale and massing is out of keeping with the existing environment, and this has not changed simply by asserting it is. Making availability of a dropping off area in Bluebridge Lane is wholly inadequate for the demand and creates traffic management issues for the area, especially the school and those using the school. Please consider the above as the reports need to properly assess and inform the committee. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we can confirm it is actually 276, as in the papers, rather than.
Yeah,
Thank you. Just it's only 0.4% difference, but we must be accurate, I think. Okay, members, Councillor Hollier first.
Thanks, Chair. I was just wondering, given that the appeal on the Waterloo House sort of planning application was dismissed, presumably between this report being written and just sort of considering it now, are there any kind of implications from the sort of dismissal of that appeal that perhaps sort of haven't filtered into this? I'm not sure quite how much sort of social space this has in comparison to the other one, but clearly that was something that the sort of inspector took a sort of dimmer view on Waterloo than perhaps officers might have done.
Yeah, it was only 2 days ago, I think, that we got the appeal decision, but I think if you recall from that application, the issue that members had was it was really only that small area near the reception and lobby that was provided as amenity space. And we feel that there's more than enough adequate amenity space within this particular scheme. Although it's a bigger development, there's also a lot more amenity space. So this entire rectangular area here is essentially dedicated to communal space for the occupants, and that contains a variety of uses. There's a kind of social space there that looks out onto the courtyard, and then there's different uses within there. There's a communal dining room, there's a gym, there's study areas and a cinema. So we do feel that this has got a reasonable amount of that kind of communal space where students can gather within the scheme. It's also a different type of development in that the one that we had at Fawcett Street, they were all the sort of studio type apartments, whereas this has got a mix of studios and the cluster flats. So it has those. So these bigger areas like that, for example, and this here, they're the communal areas that are shared between sort of 8, 9, 10 bedrooms. So it's a different scheme with different amenities in it in that respect. So we're content with this. It doesn't change our recommendation.
A supplementary to that, could I just ask? I noticed some of the rooms obviously of different sizes. Are any of them actually fully disabled, accessible or usable? Or is this a completely non-disabled development?
So there's the 4 that are accessible within the scheme that are fully kitted out to be accessible. That's the one on the right hand side as you look at the screen that shows the layout.
From my reading, it looks like 3 on the plans. I don't know if there's one that I haven't spotted, but it's one on the ground, one on the first, one on the second floor.
If you just look at the schedule here, excuse me, so it says DDA studio bedrooms, there's type 1, which is 3, and type 2, which is slightly bigger, that there's 1, so it says
Oh,
it's
right.
4 altogether.
Where's that?
Where's what, sorry?
Where is it?
Which one?
Well, where is it in the development?
What, the DDA compliant ones?
Yeah.
Right, hang on, 2 seconds.
Because I can find one on the ground floor and I can find one on the first floor and the second floor. I can't find one on the third floor, so I might be missing it because they're not particularly labelled.
I apologise for having to ask these questions, but unfortunately I haven't got my reading glasses after my cataract operation, and I've lost my magnifying glass, so I couldn't read the fine detail of the plan. So I'm sorry if I have to ask occasional questions. I just couldn't read the papers.
There is one up on the top floor based on the plans. I've got a black and white copy, so I can't see exactly where it is, but there's a key on the right hand side that says there's one on the 3rd floor. So there's essentially one on every floor.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the rationale around car ownership. Because obviously it's designed to be a low car development. It's in a sustainable location. Students tend to not have high levels of car ownership, etc. But condition 22 says the plan shall include imposition of tenancy restrictions, prevent student tenants being a keeper or in control of a car within 400 metres of the site, and measures taken to enforce such restriction. I'm just wondering if that is actually reasonable or enforceable or even lawful to impose restrictions on what tenants can do off-site. And then condition 20 is about electric vehicle charging points. And the reason given for that condition is to promote the uptake of electric vehicles on the site. So I'm just wondering why we've got a condition, and the reason is to promote the uptake of vehicles when it's designed to be a low or no vehicle site. And I'm also wondering how anyone can possibly use the vehicle charging parking bay if they're not allowed to be in control of a vehicle within 400 metres of the site. And although car ownership among students is low, I imagine that a lot of students who do own cars it's because they're disabled or their work or study-based placement means that they have to travel quite far or at night and that sort of thing. And so I'm not sure how trying to force them to not be able to use their car within 400 metres really fits with that. And I'm not sure really that, I appreciate that there are parking pressures in the area and there's res park schemes and that sort of thing, but if there are reasonable ways of parking within the vicinity that don't contribute to that, such as somebody locally renting out their driveway and that sort of thing, if somebody needs a car, why should they not be allowed to have a car? That's my questions.
That much of the wording from that condition, I think, was we took it from the application at Frederick House nearby. Obviously, if members don't feel that the condition's reasonable or necessary, we can have it deleted if they see fit.
Ian Stokes, Highways Development Control. I think it's worth pointing out that there are 4 disabled parking bays within the development that match the 4 DDA rooms. And also there's space for a Clark Hub car there where Jonathan's just pointing. As Jonathan said previously, much of the rest of the condition is being lifted from the planning application that was granted for Frederick House a bit further down Fulford Road. And such measures have been written into tenancy agreements in other cities in the UK.
Councillor Eyre, and then Councillor Waters, and then, sorry, Councillor Williams.
It has been quite common, Councillor Maddy. It's generally in terms of where you think you would refuse it on the grounds that it would have an unacceptable impact on residential streets. Therefore, it's generally the applicant that asks for it to be added to demonstrate that they're not going to cause problems rather than the council enforcing it. So that's why it tends to be seen as reasonable. But just a bit of nice. But the questions I had, Chair, were 2 questions, if you would indulge me. Page 135, paragraph 5.9. That information around capacity for students, I've not seen that on planning applications before. Is that a new study or just a study that we haven't used before?
Sorry, 5.9.
The amount of purpose-built student accommodation operated by the university and other operators, even when including permissions yet to be implemented, could accommodate around 40%, i.e. 60% aren't accommodated for by purpose-built. And Councillor Waters has raised it many times at planning committee about whether there's actually been an assessment of need for student accommodation in the city, and we haven't seemed to have had that information before, but now we're saying purpose-built student is precisely, which is interesting, precisely 40%, not 38 or 42. But is that a new study or a study we've been sitting on for some time?
The information comes from the applicants, and it's within their statements in the application, and we do tend to get that material in each application for student accommodation. But it's not a council endorsed study. We don't have any evidence to challenge it or to the contrary, but the information that comes from developers is evidenced and is they do typically come out with the same data that shows that we're still under 50% in terms of purpose-built student accommodation providing for the student population.
As per the last application, then I would make a request to officers that when we get reports are written by officers, and where information is spuriously provided by third parties, it is at least labelled as such, because I assumed that was an official council study endorsed by officers that said exactly 40%. Doesn't say, the developers have said 40%, but I'll take that one for future. The second question was around page 142, paragraph 5.5. I am getting aged, as it were. My hair is going and turning grey, but I do vaguely recall what it was like to be a student, and that time slot of getting people in and out to deposit their personal effects for the best part of 10 weeks seems incredibly tight. I did ask around, and I believe Edinburgh University gives people an hour to get in and out, to drop their entire life's belongings in there. We're giving them, is it half an hour or 15 minutes for their parents to park the car, completely get everything out of the car, and then move the car on, with the assumption that at the end of that 20-minute period, there will be a car waiting to vacate that space exactly on a rolling cycle throughout the day. It just, those numbers to me do not stack up at all. Question, that wasn't a question, was it? Do we think that's reasonable, and should we be amending that? And if we amend it to giving people an hour rather than half an hour, do we think that would cause traffic chaos, or would that be acceptable?
Thank you, Councillor. Good point. I remember being a student as well, and it took me a lot longer than 20 minutes. Councillor Waters was next, I think, and then Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for officers in relation to paragraph 5.3. The 276 room spaces that's being created in this, how will they be logged for council purposes, i.e. housing provision? Will they be classed as housing units to go against the housing requirements?
When it's, my understanding is when it's a development of this scale and type, that they will be classed as part of the housing land supply, yes.
Yeah, I
Right,
thought that'd be
that's the-
answered. I just
that's
wanted
the-
it clarifying for anybody that was in any doubt whatsoever. Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Councillor.
I believe, Chair, officers, that it's actually government methodology that says precisely what is and isn't included as land housing supply and housing development. So we have absolutely no say. Correct.
And I just wanted clarification for any members sat around the table that didn't know that.
Thank you.
It is not the
Council-
first
sorry.
time that
Can we
government
go through the chair,
methodology
please? Sorry. Can
is
we-
absolutely flawed. And I think this is just one of many examples.
Sorry,
Because
could-
I agree on this. It's ridiculous.
Could members wait for the chair to call you before you speak, please? Because I think it's a critical point that we actually do have a little bit of order. I have Councillor Lomas, who is next. Sorry.
This is about the third time that one of the members of the committee has taken on it himself to explain policies or other or government methodology. It's not relevant. No, you can't talk across the table.
Let's just go through the chair, please.
You need to go through this chair if you want to make a point.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Pavlis. That's the point I'm making. Thank you very much. Can all members please abide by that? I have Councillor Lomas who put a hand up. And... Nope, that's fine. Councillor Pavlovich, did you actually want to ask a question? Because you were next on my list.
Yes, I did. I've got two questions on two completely different topics. One's in respect of the electric substations. When we had the virtual site visit on Tuesday, the siting of that electricity substation, or the three of them, I think there were almost directly in front of somebody's back garden. And, you know, I'm really concerned about the impact that would have from a noise perspective, and I do appreciate that you said that it would be soundproof. But there is an existing substation towards the Fishergate Road end, and I'm just wondering why we're not insisting that it be further away from residential houses. I do have a second question on a completely different topic.
The existing one, I don't think could probably stay in place, given that I think it's round about here. So I wouldn't confirm that for certain, but that my understanding is that the one that's there they won't be able to accommodate as well as the building. From the information that we have and the size and scale of the substation, given its single-story nature where it sits in relation to the neighbouring property, and the fact that it will be soundproofed, that's how we've come to the recommendation that we have, that there should be no noise from it. That's specifically been looked at from our public protection colleagues. It's single story and it's a sufficient distance away from that property, hence why we've got to where we've got to.
Thank you. Your second point is?
And the second point is kind of a supplementary to a point that Councillor Eyre made earlier, relating to the use of the parking for dropping off, and it's not just dropping off at beginning and end of term time. And there's also going to be taxis, there's also going to be delivery drivers, and they are going to park immediately outside the front door of the development. And the front door of the development is almost directly next to the zebra crossing. If cars park on there, and I appreciate there are double yellows and there are traffic restrictions, but human nature tells you that that's what's going to happen. There is all the potential for there to be some really serious accidents or traffic chaos, particularly at rush hour. Why are we allowing the front door to be at the front as opposed to at the back of the building?
So in terms of what the first
speaker,
we've tried to account for it as best we can on the plan here. If you can see on the south side here, it's annotated here as a loading bay on Bluebridge Lane, and there's an access into the site here. It's secondary, but that's the intention is that drop off and deliveries, etc. People would be able to come and go into the building from that area there. It is very much a secondary entrance, but nonetheless that could take place there. In terms of Fishergate, we're changing the traffic regulation orders so that there's no parking permitted whatsoever on Fishergate, so that people would be breaking the law if they were to do that. And the final element of that, we've avoided having an access and egress for students and those types of deliveries at the back, purely on the basis that there was concerns in that respect that kind of activity on William Court would add extra noise and disturbance. And through consultation with neighbours and local councillors, that's something the developer is not keen to accommodate, and they want most of the activity to be on the Fishergate side.
I'm just going to come in here. So on 6.3, you've got a traffic regulation order, and then it states £6,000 to provide for amending existing waiting restrictions on Fishergate, so no waiting and no loading at any time. So that is one of the mitigation measures that is in place to ensure that there is no parking, well, no waiting or loading at any time to the front. And obviously then, as Jonathan has just explained, there is this access here. Well, there is this area here where you can park and then obviously walk around or walk through that area. Go on, Jonathan.
And one last point, I think we did look into and investigate whether it would be feasible to have like a loading type bay on Fishergate, but it just, there wasn't a solution there that didn't raise other highway safety issues, and that's why we've not got that as part of the proposals.
Thank you, Chair. I had a supplementary, but actually that's answered it. It was just because paragraph 5.48 said that the developer would fund amendments to TROs, but didn't say what, but that's been answered now. Thank you. But I did have some other questions. Yeah, all right, thank you. Paragraph 5.14 on page 136 refers to soft landscaping that will complement the planting in front of the site within the highway. I just wanted to clarify, is that existing planting within the highway or proposed new planting within the highway?
So I think what the reference to in the report is that what we were seeking to establish a building elevation that was set back from the street in this area here, and we felt that landscaping was important there, and one of the reasons for that it would contribute along with the landscaping that we've got on the opposite side of the road here and what's in situ at the moment between the traffic lanes on Fishergate.
Thank you. And my other question was about ecology features. Ecology asked for a condition for certain features, such as a minimum of 4 bat boxes and 4 bird boxes, but I couldn't see that in any of the conditions. Is that part of some other approved scheme? Or?
No, sorry, I think we missed that on the list of conditions. It was part of the update. I don't think I had it on the update that got circulated, but the last minute update that didn't get circulated, it was proposed to add that as a condition, so it will be in there.
When it comes to the end, I'll clarify that we'll ask for that one.
Thank you. Got Councillor de Gorn and then Councillor Douglas.
Just a couple of further questions relating to the access. From what you described, the 4 disabled bays are at the back, but you've also said there's no access from that side, presumably other than for servicing. So if a wheelchair user is parked there, how do they get into the building?
It might be something that the applicant can clarify. There is actually an access door on that side of the building. Whether their intention was that would be possible to be used as an accessible access.
Okay.
I'm not sure. They might clarify that.
Maybe my other question would relate to that as well. I think from memory, there's provision for 168 cycle parking spaces, which by the look of it are in that sort of central courtyard, sort of set back from behind the main entrance. Is that where most of the cycle parking is, or is there some parking elsewhere dotted around the building?
There's this room here also includes cycle storage. So you've got that's internal within the building storage, and then the rest is in this central courtyard zone here.
So I suppose you mentioned about the side access for deliveries. Would that also be accessible for use by students with cycles? Because the reason I'm asking these questions is that the idea of 168 cycles all piling out onto a zebra crossing doesn't really bear thinking about.
If that's how it's shown at the moment, on this, we've obviously got the courtyard on the south side here, and we have wondered whether we could include some cycle parking in this area as well, if members saw fit. The only thing I'd be cautious about is the gradient and the ramp up there. I think you can see from here, you've got probably 7 or 8 steps up to that courtyard area, and quite a substantial ramp there as well. So it wouldn't be a level access, and that's not just local today. I think you can see from these arrows that all of that courtyard area is set quite a fair bit higher up than Bluebridge Lane.
So is there no disabled access to that?
Well, you've got the ramp, but it's whether that's regarded as being suitable for someone if they're manoeuvring a bike around it as well. It's not ideal. I think if you see the ramps around the station are obviously the types of gradients and widths of ramps that are deemed to be accessible for cycles, and they take quite a significant amount of land up.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Douglas and then Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Chair. Considering that the drop-off bay is to the side on Bluebridge Lane, and that's where taxis would deposit people, how do people move through the site to get to their accommodation? Because I'm a bit concerned that women and girls are going to be potentially at danger from moving across what is quite a large site to get into residential blocks, just given the distances that we're talking about. How has this been considered?
Well, the sites, it is old, secure, so these gates would be locked, and the residents would have access to those. But then you'd be quite quickly into the building here when you can move through. Obviously, there's quite a significant travel distance from this end of the site to the far north side of the site, but it is generally, majority of it's within the building and within a secure environment.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lomas next.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm now a bit confused. How do you get into and out of the site? Where are the bits where you can get from the outside world inside and into the buildings? Because some of these buildings, I can't quite see how you get into them.
So this is the main access where the reception is, and I would suggest 99% of people coming into the building will use that, and the desire is to have it's a contained site and a secure site, so that the number of access points are are limited, and that one is.
Sorry to interrupt. So how do you get from the road in there? Where's the entrance way into the plot?
Sorry, just.
So I can see.
So this is
there's a door
this is
there
the
into
reception, and
building.
you go straight through the gate there.
Oh, there's a gate there onto the road. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you've got this. There's a sort of hard surface in here within the site, so that's your sort of arrival point into the site, and then the fence is along there with the security gate, so you can go the straight into reception and into the building, or through the gate and into the courtyards and access the other blocks.
So that's the entrance. Is there any other entrances into the building then?
Well, this is the primary one. I presume you'd either, if you were in this south section across here, you'd go in here and around, or if you were in this northern wing, you'd go through there and then.
Oh, that's the door in there.
That's the staircase and circulation.
I couldn't work out how you got into that building.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Lomas? Is there supplementary on? Is it a new point? I've got Councillor Melly waiting. Supplementary, I'll take you then in that case. Then take Councillor Melly straight after.
So is that southern point? Is that another point of access? Next to the fourth tree on the right, I suppose.
This one down here. Yeah,
So there is another, so
but that's not meant. That's not meant as the main point of access. That one down.
right, so if you live in that box, or the elephant's foot, southwestern corner,
That one.
the only way to get there is through the main entrance. I don't know, through,
Either through the buildings there, or no, sorry, either through. You'd have to go through the building and along here, and in there, or you can come in this way here. along
that's
here.
kind of what I was alluding to, is you said that's not an entrance, but people are going to quickly realise that's the quickest way. And they're not going to want to walk from the main entrance all the way through everybody else's to get to there. They will quite quickly realise, well, just come in through there. So it either is an entrance or it isn't an entrance. I think to suggest it is, but people shouldn't use it. It needs to either be closed or.
Right, our understanding is that this is an entrance here, but it will be gated. So whichever students are coming in this way will need to have the relevant pass or.
So it will be an entrance then, fundamentally. I mean, even if one person's got the code, everybody will.
Right, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I had some questions about archaeology. The consultation response from archaeology and the design, conservation, sustainable development area seems to ask for more by way of conditions than is kind of standard, because they've said that there's significant archaeological deposits that will be impacted. So as well as the usual mitigation and excavation, they've also asked for public engagement and archaeological remains management plan. But then in the conditions, like condition 6, I can only really see the standard archaeology conditions, mitigation and excavation, but not the extra stuff, the public engagement and archaeological remains management plan.
It's essentially correct in that the wording isn't significantly different to normal, but the archaeologist is content that part 6A of the condition, that's the bit that gives them the powers to agree the plan. So that part A would have to, for us to sign it off, for the archaeologists to be happy, it would have to include all those provisions that they've asked for in their consultation response.
Have members any further questions for officers? In that case, we'll move on to public participation, and we have, well, possibly 6, certainly 5 public speakers tonight. The first person to speak is Anne Clayton, who is a local resident who is speaking in objection. The microphone switch on. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I've got some copies of what I'm about to say, so I'll just circulate them for your. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am one of the people who will now be living next door to the substation that you were talking about earlier. Our objection is really on the grounds of inappropriate design, amenity and privacy issues. And I'm speaking today really and representing a number of people in Bluebridge Lane and beyond who have concerns about this development. We strongly believe the design of the development is inappropriate and if approved will cause numerous issues for nearby residents to the detriment of their amenity. The plans submitted, as you've seen, pardon me, show that the proposed substation is 3 metres from the boundary of 25 William Court. It's 3.2 metres high, 9.4 metres long. It will run the full length of our garden and our neighbours and in the summer house. And I just make a point that we obtained planning permission for a summer house in 2009 and it hasn't been shown on any of the plans so far, apart from York Council land registry plans. The substation, along with other plant and machinery that are all based in that corner, will represent a new noise source, 24 hours, 7 days a week in the case of the substation, and will inevitably impact adversely on ourselves and other residents. The substation is actually larger than the original proposal. It has 3 large vented panels on both lengths of the building, so saying that it's completely noiseless is a question, I would wonder. And the acoustics, we imagine, will be amplified by the fact that you will have a 4-storey brick building 3 metres away on the other side of the substation. The developers have told us that this new larger substation will actually produce excess energy and that they plan to sell this excess energy on. Now, in the report to you, the public protection report has raised concerns about the adequacy of the noise survey data that was part of the application, and we share those concerns. Although a condition has been suggested to limit the internal noise levels affecting occupants of the development, the potential impact on the amenity of residents in the neighbourhood doesn't appear to have been addressed. Our particular concern is that as part of the noise impact assessment accompanying the application, the measurement position was the junction of Fishergate and Bluebridge Lane, which is a long way from William Court and the plant and the substation.
You have 30 seconds left.
Okay. There will inevitably be an adverse impact on William Court surrounding area by the newly created noise sources such as the substation. And as you know, paragraph 170 of the National Planning Policy Framework states that new developments mustn't have any adverse impacts on local communities. And that's why the Public Protection Officer requires conditions in respect of habitable rooms in the development. So on this basis, we can consider that there is insufficient information provided to confirm that residents' amenities will not be affected by the substation.
Could you wind up now, please? Oh, that's just on time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you just stay there, members, any questions for Ms. Clayton? Nope, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. We'll take it into account when we come to our deliberations. And now, the next person I have is Mr. John Toy, who's joined by... Mr. Toy, welcome to the meeting. Are you ready?
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, committee. I wish to present 3 points for you to consider, please. Point 1, environmental. York has set itself the demanding target of becoming carbon net zero within 8 years, demolishing a large building and replacing it with an even larger building, as in this proposal, would certainly add to this challenge. The proposed number of residential students, the maintenance staff and servicing vehicles would significantly increase footfall and traffic, resulting in increased congestion on the A19 directly opposite a primary school and close to homes. York has an air quality plan in which it states, quotes, "Poor air quality is a significant public health issue." Already by the primary school there is an air quality monitor. And Fishergate is one of 7 areas in York highlighted for the monitoring of nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter pollution. Point 2, road safety. The application makes reference to William Court being used as a turning head and a primary route for servicing with up to 8 two-way vehicle movements per day. William Court is plainly insufficient in width and status to justify such usage. There would be safety issues for pedestrians, some of them children arriving and leaving primary school, and other road users, some of them residents of William Court. Therefore, the proposed access arrangements are not safe and appropriate as required by Policy T1 of the 2018 draft plan, and consequently the development would not support the local highway transport network as per paragraph 127 of the UK Government's National Planning Policy Framework. The application should therefore be refused. Point 3. Residential amenity and ambience. Fishergate is a long-established residential area. The introduction into it of large student accommodation buildings would markedly adversely affect the present nature of Fishergate. Furthermore, the proposal is architecturally brutalist monolith, which would certainly not enhance the attractiveness of entering historic York. Consider, in contrast, the Travelodge building just a little further along the road. The rear of the building would dramatically overshadow William Court, reducing the present amount of light entering it. It would present dark red bricks, louvered service doors, and transparent windows, which would overlook William Court because of their relative higher height.
You have 30 seconds left, Mr. Toy.
Therefore, in summary, I have outlined that there are 3 points: environmental, road safety, residential amenity and ambience. I think that the proposal should be rejected, refused, or else significantly mitigated for the purposes of Fishergate and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Could you stay online for a second? If any members got any questions they'd like to put to Mr. Toy? Nope. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Mr. Toy will take your comments into account when we come to deliberate on this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our third person is Chris Copland, who is speaking on cycle provision. Nope, not at all. We won't be able to hear you very clearly if you don't.
Can I also check technically, do I need to press?
You need to press the microphone button in front of you. Yes, when that comes
Okay,
on.
good, that's a green.
You've got 3 minutes to make your point.
All right, thank you. My name is Christopher Copland. I'm a resident of Fishergate for the past 15 years. During most of that period, I've worked at the university leading programs for international students. I'm therefore a keen advocate for the benefits that students bring to our city. However, I'm also keenly aware that they need to be integrated properly into the community, and the needs of other stakeholders and community members need to be taken into account. That's who I am as an individual, but I'm speaking today on behalf of the York Cycle Campaign, who have supplied me with the technical information today. And I'll just briefly speak about 2 topics: access to roads and cycle paths, and also the cycle parking provision. So it's a very tight, specific brief. Firstly, the location of the block is close to New Walk, which is a well-established cycle route leading directly onto the university, one I've used thousands of times myself. However, the exit point for cycles appears to be directly onto Fishergate, and a number of councillors, including Mr. Gorn, have referred to the issues connected with that today. That is a pinch point near to the gyratory system and close to 2 primary schools. And we are concerned about conflict with pedestrians and other road users if cyclists are exiting directly onto Fishergate. We would therefore propose an additional cycle exit on the western side at the back of the cycle store, for example, allowing people to exit onto William Court. I've distributed by email a more detailed explanation of this, which gives the locations and dimensions. I don't have time to talk through now. Secondly, car parking on Blue Bridge Lane. This is positioned on the northern side of the road, meaning that cyclists have to give way as they're going uphill. YCC would like to see car parking on Blue Bridge Lane moved onto the southern side of the road, or done away with altogether. If it were on the southern side, that would give cyclists priority to provide greater. That would give cyclists priority and provide greater visibility around the junction leading to Rialto House.
You have 30 seconds left, Mr.
Okay, cycle parking provision. Perhaps the main important point, I've included a page from LTN 120, the official government guidance, which recommends that there should be one secure cycle parking space for each bedroom. Currently, the proposal is for 168 spaces for 276 residents. So we recommend going along with the government guidelines. Also concerned with the two-tier parking, and our main concern that the area from which residents would load on the bicycles, there isn't sufficient manoeuvrability space to load on the bikes. Okay, I understand I've run out of time. Anything I haven't said is on this handy pack, which is being provided for use. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much. If you just stay there for a second, just in case any members have any questions, I'd be grateful. Councillor de Gaulle.
Just a quick one on the point about that you made about where the parking is on Bluebridge Lane.
Yeah.
Is that a regular sort of route used by a lot of cyclists? Is that, I mean, you mentioned also about New Walk. I assume that it is a route that quite.
I have no objective statistical information, but anecdotally, I cycled up there yesterday and I've done it many times, and I'm sure, Andy, you have too.
Indeed. Okay, thank you.
No further questions? Thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our fourth speaker tonight is Councillor Pete Kilbane, who is speaking in objection.
Evening all. Thanks for having me. I really just need to remind the committee that of policy D3 in the local plan, which we are told is close to adoption, so carries some weight. And that says you should not approve an application that causes the loss of cultural facilities, activities or services. The bingo hall is clearly a cultural facility, if not institution. It may not be high culture, but it is the culture of many, and that needs protecting. We first argued this a couple of years ago about Club Salvation. We were ridiculed for the argument at the time, but I'm pleased to say that last summer I was very happy to see my son and his mates going and enjoying Salvo's sticky carpet to celebrate their A-level results, and a good night was had by all. These places do need protecting. D3 must be adhered to, so this application shouldn't be approved until such a time as alternative cultural facilities are provided. It's really important that we do things properly, which is why it was so embarrassing to hear the debacle that was the start of this meeting, with people arguing about the definition of goes to hell in a handcart. Any reasonable person...
Councillor Kilbane, has that got anything to do with this application?
Yes, it's about the credibility of this committee, Chair.
I'm sorry, that's not a matter for the planning. Could you stick to please, to the application and the merits of it?
I'm sorry, Chair, but your actions have undermined the credibility of this committee, caused significant risk to the council. You should consider your position and resign.
Right, has anyone got any questions for Councillor Kilbane? I know he's left, but... I've been dismissed. No, you haven't been dismissed. I didn't ask you to leave. Sorry, Councillor Pavlovitz. Yes.
Yeah, I had some questions. Well, a question. Councillor Kilbane, you referenced D3 cultural offer. What would you want to see on that site, or would you? Is it the bingo that you would like to see retained?
It doesn't necessarily have to be on that site. It's about the facilities, is what D3 protects. So it's the space for people to take part in cultural activities, which is so important to our communities. We all need places where we can go and do things together and enjoy things together. And they are being steadily eroded from this city where D3 is not applied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions for Councillor Kilbane? Thank you for your contribution. We'll take that point into consideration when we come to our deliberations. Our fifth speaker is Councillor Dave Taylor, who is the local ward councillor. know the routine, 3 minutes.
Good evening, members. I have to say I'm somewhat conflicted about this development. As Peter said, the site has been an important leisure location throughout the 20th century. And I'd hate to lose that leisure usage, which I think has been misrepresented in paragraph 5.5, which depicts the site for gambling use rather than for general leisure use. The Mecca Bingo building is, however, architecturally the ugliest building in Fishergate. And for that reason, I'd be glad to see the back of it. A large student block provides no leisure use and in fact gives nothing back to the local community, only worries and troubles. Residents consider there is an over-preponderance of student accommodation built recently in Fishergate. The Reg Vardy sites, the Old Dairy sites, Monastery of St Joseph, all on Lawrence Street. Closer still, the Persimmon site currently under construction and the Fawcett Street application, as mentioned, which is across the main road. I have mainly concerned myself in talking to the developers about highways concerns. The major deliveries and the huge annual get in and get out of students' property will be directed down the narrow Blue Bridge Lane to the rear of the development facing William Court. But there will be the daily and nightly arrival of taxis, supermarket deliveries, Amazon, eBay, and hot food takeaways. The developers were helpful, taking this concern on board and proposed locations on the main road for a pull-in for deliveries. These were rejected, though, by the Highway Authority, which suggested the rear entrance. This would be anathema to the residents of William Court. So the developers have proposed, as has been mentioned, this additional side entrance on Blue Bridge Lane. However, this compromise will create an adverse effect on the highway. Vehicles turning in and out of Blue Bridge Lane onto the main road and turning around, presumably by backing into the entrance of Fishergate House. The number of vehicle manoeuvres will be considerable, as I witness nightly outside other student accommodation blocks in the area. Despite the developer's best efforts to overcome this problem, the side entrance could also be used as a secondary entrance, which developers assure me will not happen. But without a concierge to control entry and exit, I'm not convinced. There really must be 24-hour management presence on site, secured by condition, if this application is to go forward. I think there are still sufficient concerns regarding this development that you should reject it. I do not think we've reached a state of suitability at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on hitting 3 minutes to the exact second. Well done. Are there any questions for Councillor Taylor from members? Councillor Pavlovich.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. In reference to the highways issues, the residents that are living at the far side, I'm counting at the top of the picture.
Top of the picture across the road, Escrick Street.
Yeah, yeah. Is that the south? Is that the south?
That's the east. What do you mean? Right at the top, fused away?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, yes.
Yeah, the bit that's opposite side from Blue Bridge Lane. How are they going to access deliveries realistically? Are cars going to park on Fishergate to drop off pizzas and Amazon?
I think if I was a delivery driver, and you know that I am, I would ignore all the traffic regulations and park on the double yellow lines or red lines.
Exactly.
And I fear that that is going to happen, whatever regulations you put in force. As is proposed by the developers and accepted by planning officers, this access onto Blue Bridge Lane, I think, will be problematic. I think it will cause vehicle movements that will be problematic to people in Fishergate House and pulling in and onto the main road. And it will be a great distance from the student residents at the top block, as you point out, Michael. Yeah.
Councillor Belly.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, putting on your experience as a delivery driver, have you delivered to this sort of style of student accommodation
Yes,
before?
many
Where it's
times.
gated?
Yes.
So usually, do you get some kind of instruction of where to deliver it to? Because you can't take it all the way to the room.
No, you just
if
park
it's
where
gated.
you just park where you can.
Okay.
I think a good example is on Lawrence Streets, the monastery site there. There are some bays at the front of there. I can tell you they're very often full, and you just have to park where you can on the main road in order to deliver to the monastery sites, to the Hello student sites.
Supplementary?
Well, just so if you knew where the student was going to be that you were delivering to, and you knew they were going to be at that gate entrance on the south side of the site, and you're wanting to just nip out the car, drop it off, get back in as quickly as possible, then is it not the incentive to stop on that road at the bottom rather than parking on Fishergate and walking, carrying the food or delivery around?
I think if you knew where the individual was going to be, you'd stop exactly where they're going to be, but you don't necessarily know that. And I think that's true of a supermarket delivery or a hot food takeaway or an Amazon delivery.
Okay, thank you, it's really helpful.
Any further questions for Councillor Taylor? Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. We'll
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave now. Apologies for doing this, members. Somewhere else.
Right. Our final speaker on this is Michelle Davis, who is the agent for the applicant speaking in support. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to make your case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to address committee today. I am the planning agent. I do have a assembled crowd behind me who are design team members, so they may be able to answer more technical questions you may have if I'm able to just bring them up at the appropriate point. I wanted to emphasise that in terms of the design of the scheme, we've had lots of really productive meetings with the design officer and the case officer on this, and they've worked really well with us to get the design to a point that was acceptable to them. The number of rooms has actually reduced down from 316 to 275, and that's mainly as a result of changes to the roof profile, the setting back from Fishergate, and reorientation at the rear on William Court. We're really aware of the interrelationship of this site with the nearby residents, and we have sought to minimise impact. Obviously, the building footprint is a lot larger than the previous Mecca building, and the development of the car park does represent a change in outlook, but that doesn't make a development unacceptable. All the minimum recommended distances are adhered to in terms of the building separation distances and the substations. And in conjunction with the design officer, we made a number of changes to the landscaping around the edge of the site and also the angling of windows, particularly on that rear elevation, so that there isn't overlooking, particularly into the garden of number 25. Concern, we've heard a lot about impact on residential amenity from the students themselves and their behaviour. I would emphasise the scheme is going to be managed by an experienced operator. There will be clear codes of conduct written into tenancy licence agreements, I should say, and there will be 24/7 on-site management and security. So the students will be being managed to a degree on the site. The main focus of activity is to the front in terms of access for cycles and pedestrians on Fishergate. The car parking at the rear is, as we've heard, for disabled users, and just to clarify, those disabled users would have a security fob access so that they could actually access the building from the rear, but it would only be them that were able to do that. Student arrival and departure, it is something I've lived through as a parent as well. Again, Olympian have got extensive experience of managing this on numerous schemes, and managing that with a clear management plan and marshals and the time slots we've mentioned. And in terms of servicing, that will be via William Court as per the existing situation. There's a lot of benefits to this scheme. It reduces car parking down on the site from 128 to 5, contributes towards the housing land supply, potentially releases HMOs back into the housing market. And it does meet a clear demand that the evidence referred to was in our planning statement. 38% of students at the moment have access to purpose-built student accommodation in York. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Do any members have questions? I saw a raft of hands up. I'll take Councillor Douglas, Councillor Melly. Sorry, Councillor Lomas, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask you to explain how somebody moves into and through the building from the drop-off point loading bay on Blue Bridge Lane through that back entrance, or are they expected to walk around to the front entrance on Fishergate? And I'm particularly concerned about safety, really, you know, nighttime drop-offs for young women, for example. How have you accommodated that?
Yeah, do you mean, sorry, do you mean at the start of term or do you mean generally?
Just generally.
Yeah, okay. So that the Blue Bridge Lane access is primarily there to facilitate people taking deliveries. So it's the point that Councillor Taylor was just making. That's the primary purpose of that access. In terms of the drop-off of, say, a young woman on her own, the options would be to walk along around the front of the building on Fishergate, which is obviously a main road, a main road, and then into the gated development. So that would be the theory.
Thank you. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you. You mentioned that the people who use the accessible spaces would have a fob to get into the building, but how do they get in? Because the only door I could see that could possibly allow them into the bit that they need to get in is through a bin store.
Yeah, so I would suggest through the bin store into the courtyard and then back into the building
through
again.
a bin store. Are you serious?
Well, I think the bin store dimensions would be suitable for that. I don't know whether the architects have can help on that. Shall I move out of the way? Difficult.
I'm Richard Talent from the Architects GWP. No, it's not to the bin store. If you just look at the bottom of the 4 parking spaces, there's a secondary door. Just come down to that point there, yes.
So, sorry.
And then comes into the building at that point there, straight down,
Okay.
and into the circulation space,
So
and then
how
back
do
into the
they-
reception area.
But the accessible bedrooms are top right hand corner.
Back into the main circulation space, we'll be back into this governance area where the main social spaces and reception areas, which then feeds out from there into the courtyards accordingly. That's a current kind of arrangement that's in place.
So what kind of distance is that to travel?
Sorry.
What kind of distance is that to travel? Because you have to go in, round the corridor, out through reception, round, back up, then that's quite a circuitous route.
So there is that route there. My colleague just reminded me as well, there's also a further door just by the top of the cycle parking as well.
Sorry, where's?
So they just go to the top as well. We put an additional door in as well, which, so we just go to the top of the cycle parking? No, the far side there.
To the west of the site. Yeah, just to the west. That's east.
Just at that point there. So that will then significantly reduce that area down there as
That
well.
goes into a switch room.
Sorry, I haven't got the plans in front of me.
So the options are through the bins or through a switch room.
We wouldn't use a bin store for access into the development at all. That's just for taking the bins back out into the back of the courtyard area. We could look to add further provision elsewhere, direct, or back into the central. At the moment, it comes back into the centralised social space where the reception area is, and then feed it into the development from there.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just had some questions in relation to what a previous public speaker said about the substation. I was just wondering what what sort of noise levels are expected and what measures are in place to minimise that? And also what considerations there have been about the location of it and its vicinity to existing gardens?
Yeah, so I think the answer in terms of measures is that there is a planning condition, which Jonathan would have to tell me the number, but there is a planning condition which specifies dB levels from plant, so it would be a case of having to demonstrate when the full specification is in to discharge that condition. So it's the substations can't exceed a particular decibel, and I think it specifies it by night and by day. I can't remember which condition it is. So that's how that element would be dealt with. And in terms of how we've considered its mitigation, really it's about the distance and the soundproofing of it. In terms of the fact that it's the distance that it needs to be away from the boundary of the garden with a landscape buffer.
She specifically mentioned the height being 3.2 metres, and I can't quite picture what height that is in relation to the kind of amenity space she was talking about in terms of a summer house and how that affects views and that sort of thing.
I'm trying to think, does anybody know how high the boundary fence is? No. I think the reality is that the view from being sat in the summer house in the garden will still be primarily of the garden fence with an element of substation above it. So I think garden fences are usually about 2.6 metres, something like that.
Is that a supplementary?
It is. If the garden fence is 6'6", then your substation is 10 foot high. There's quite a considerable difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Michelle. There are a number of schemes in very close proximity to this proposed scheme. What makes yours so very different?
Do you mean student schemes? Yeah.
Yes, diagonally over the road, there's a Plum-based scheme, what, half a mile down the road, there's Frederick House, there's the Barbican scheme. It's real potential for this to turn into sort of a student town. The amount. So what is it asking? Why is yours so special?
Well, I think the thing that sets our scheme apart, not that I've particularly, spent a lot of time comparing it to others, but in terms of this scheme, what it really offers, I think, in contrast to some of those others you've mentioned, is the amount of external amenity space. So in terms of those two courtyards, and we're getting into statistics, but it's something like 9.75 square metres of outdoor space per room, which is massively more than, for example, the Fawcett Street application that's happened recently. The management of the facilities on site, the social space down in the corner, which has got a cinema, a gym, quiet study rooms, dining rooms, and so on. So it's really about the facilities over and above the bedrooms that they're living in that I think is extremely high quality.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on one of the points raised by the speaker from the cycle campaign, mentioned the the double-decker bicycle storage racks and suggested that there was insufficient space in order for users of that cycle parking to be able to comfortably and conveniently park their bike and then get their bike out. I just wondered if that's something you'd thought about, the spatial requirements for that type of bicycle storage, and whether you were confident that it was appropriate.
Yeah, I'll defer to my architect. I know we did amend the cycle space and the racking arrangement in line with some first comments from York Cycling from memory. It's not my area of expertise.
The space for the cycle racks has been developed in detail with highway officers, and they're happy with the standards and meet the requirements, both in terms of height and distance to load and unload the cycle racks.
Councillor de Gaulle.
Yeah, on similar theme, as I mentioned earlier, that it seems as though the design has been for all students to leave through the front of the building onto Fishergate. There's memories there's about 160 parking for cyclists. Is that all within that central courtyard, or is there a scope for providing some which is accessible onto Bluebridge Lane from that side entrance? Has that been looked at or discussed with the highways officers?
Yeah, I think Jonathan referred to this in his presentation. So yes, at the moment, both the internal and external cycle provision is in that northern courtyard. I think, as Jonathan mentioned, there is potentially the capacity to have some cycles in the southern courtyard as well.
And if it remains in the northern courtyard, how, in terms of obviously the intention is for cyclists to encourage cycling to university, which the most direct route would be along Melbourne Street, which is on the, where are we? Bottom corner, opposite, more or less opposite Bluebridge Lane. How would you envisage those cyclists getting to and from that as a route? Obviously, getting to that from development in the morning.
Defer to my highway consultant. There is a cycle lane that runs up the frontage of the site, but in terms of that specific.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, well, it's a cycle lane if you're coming home, that's fine, but I'm on about setting off from there in the morning. How do you get to Melbourne Street other than riding on the pavement, which is what they do?
Yeah, first of all, the courtyard and the cycle storage actually has provision for 100% cycle parking. So there's scope in there to increase cycle facilities should demand dictate. In terms of getting onto the existing cycle infrastructure, it would be exactly as is on street at the minute. We have cycle lanes that run up and down Fishergate along our side of the road heading northbound.
There isn't one outside Fishergate. It's too narrow. There isn't one outside the school.
There is a cycle lane on Fishergate. As you can see from the top section as it approaches
heading south.
Heading southbound. No, there's not a cycle lane on there, but the principle of cycle usage has been established along that route.
Okay.
In terms of exiting the site, we would expect to either navigate the existing highway using the road network, or for cyclists to exercise caution and walk their cycle using the zebra crossing across the road and then continue their journey south. That means.
So I suppose it's probably a question for me for the highways, whether there's been any conversation about changes to the infrastructure that's needed to accommodate that level of cycling. We've heard all about parking and vehicle access, but there seems to be nothing in this that accommodates that extra cycle traffic.
Well, Mr. Stokes is probably the best place to answer that question in terms of the required infrastructure going forward, but in terms of our assessments and where we see the existing infrastructure and what we're looking to tie into, given the nature of the development and what we're proposing, it's considered that the existing infrastructure is suitable and can accommodate the additional demand.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just bring in Ian Stokes, who's one of the highway officers? I think maybe have some pertinent contributions.
Yeah, in terms of future highway infrastructure for this development, if you're considering what could be provided by this development in itself, you have to look at whether it would meet the NPPF paragraph 57 test of whether it's necessary to make development acceptable in planning terms, whether it's directly related to the development, and whether it's fairly and really reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. There's only so far you can go with providing cycle facilities associated with a development, and I'm also aware that there is currently a scheme that's being worked up either by the council or by Sustrans looking at Fishergate and Fulford Road together. You can pull contributions towards schemes, but those schemes need to be sufficiently worked up in detail, and at the moment that scheme hasn't been sufficiently worked up to actually allocate a contribution to it. In terms of cycle access onto the network, there is a northbound cycle lane on Fishergate outside the site. There is a cycle a cycle right turn out and right turn in on Fishergate into Bluebridge Lane. So if the access that's currently being suggested for cycle parking in the southern part of the site coming in off Bluebridge Lane, you could use those existing turn-in, turn-out facilities to then go up Marlborough Street. And also if cyclists were coming out of the main entrance, they can walk cycles across the zebra crossing and cross over into Fishergate southbound to access southbound if they wish to do so. And it should also be noted that students don't all travel at the same time of day. So you're not going to get 163 bikes all coming out at once. They're going to be dispersed throughout the day. Another issue that was raised was regarding moving the parking from the north side of Bluebridge Lane to the south side of Bluebridge Lane. That is possible. I believe the applicant has discussed the possibility of making the contribution to amend the traffic regulation order to enable that, but you will lose 50% of the parking on Bluebridge Lane. And the parking on there is very varied throughout the day. It can be jam-packed at 8:30 in the morning with people dropping kids off to Fishergate School, or it could be completely empty at 10:30.
So just to clarify that parking provision along there is short stay.
It's short stay parking,
It's
yeah.
not sort of
yeah
res park or anything like that. It's short stay.
And if it's short stay parking, there should be space available for vehicles to pick up, drop off, do deliveries, probably without requiring a specific loading bay to be put in.
Mhm. So, but just to clarify, what you're saying is that the developers is prepared to make a contribution to those traffic regulation orders if the authority decides that's.
There's
something they want to
definitely
do.
one for amending the traffic regulation order on Fishergate to make it no loading or unloading 24 hours.
Yeah.
In principle for Bluebridge Lane, but it's up to members to decide the balance on allowing cyclists priority cycling uphill versus the loss of car parking there. I couldn't prejudge that. So yeah, the contributions could be sought if necessary.
Okay, and just to clarify on the crossing, there's been no discussion about upgrading the zebra in terms of capacity, extra capacity that might be needed
to increase
from all
it
the
to
students.
a
The
different
footway on the other
type.
side of the road is quite narrow.
You'd need to make sure that there were suitable facilities either side of the crossing to upgrade it, certainly to a two-can, I think would be to allow pedestrians and cyclists at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your contributions. Now, I also have Councillor Pavlovich. Have you?
Thanks, Chair. Now then, I live in the north end of this development, and I really want a pizza. Where am I going to get it? Delivered, other than going to a shop. So how am I going to collect my pizza?
So you are
on this model.
So you'll have a clear pamphlet, no doubt, when you arrive as a student about rules and procedures in the development and behaviour. So as a student in that northern block, you're going to make your way through the courtyard, into the southern block, down through the amenity space and down to that entrance on Bluebridge Lane, where your pizza man will be waiting for you.
Rightio, thank you.
So for the northern block, it is less less easy than if you live in the southern block to get the pizza.
So you don't suspect they'd be saying, just park at the front and I'll come and collect it there?
Well, they may do. I suppose in terms of the planning system, we there will be a Section 106 agreement with this application, which provides for the financial contribution to change the TROs along the whole frontage. And beyond that, you're into matters of traffic enforcement.
Okay, and I've just got one final, really quick one. LA 90, this is about noise of the
Right.
of the substation. What does LA 90 mean? I don't know whether I should be asking an officer on that. Is it 90 decibels?
No, I can only give you non-technical advice, but it's essentially what the noise is 90% of the time. So I guess the 10% allows for those, like if a fire engine goes past and the sirens, it kind of takes it out. So it's essentially an average.
In which case, can I ask you, have you done a noise assessment, and do you know what you're expecting? The public participant mentioned 3 vents on each side of the lengthy, including 3, therefore, presumably, that will be going directly into her garden. What was the noise assessment immediately outside the substation?
So the noise assessment does not assess the noise from the substation at this moment in time. So that's why there is a condition that will require detailed modelling and study of the proposed substation specification, as it were, to make sure that the decibel levels in the condition can be complied with. So it will be a submission of information that talks about the specification, the noise levels and the soundproofing, and public protection will want evidence that that can be complied with by that particular set of operational features, such that the condition is complied with. So, obviously there's an enforcement issue there, but in general terms, it's quite an easy one to enforce, because if the resident feels that in operation there is an issue, then it goes out, it gets measured, and it can be mitigated against.
Thank you. Councillor Eyre, you had your hand up quite a long time, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I had one question, and then Councillor Pavlovich made me think of another one, and I'm not sure who it's for. So, pizza delivery people, and also independent vegetarian businesses and other well-known providers of fast food and takeaway food do tend to operate on postcode bases. Would this be a singular postcode for the whole site, in which case that would then take you to the front entrance, most likely, or would the postcode be set as the delivery point? I'm guessing it will be a single postcode, which the delivery driver will look up and see it's that one, that's the front door, so that's where I'm taking my sat nav to.
Yeah, I think it's one where, as the site becomes established, they start to know the protocol that actually the main entrance isn't where you do the drop off. I don't know whether my client knows. Would there be some signage that would?
I mean, it could be.
Yeah. No deliveries here, go round the edge, but I think...
My point is the delivery driver will just sit with his phone and go, that's the postcode of the order. That takes you to, sometimes it's sat nav to a car park in the middle of nowhere.
I don't know the specific answer about the postcode, I'm afraid.
Is that supplementary, Councillor Melly? It is, right, that comes Councillor Douglas straight up. Thank you, Councillor Waters.
Yeah, I think signage is only really useful once you get there. Yeah. The parcel store is by the entrance on Fishergate. So, unless, I'm sorry, it's really small writing. I'm pretty sure that says store/parcels. So is the idea that there's staff who take deliveries of parcels and put it in that store, and then the residents go to that store to find their parcels. And in that case, is the start, because the office and the parcel store are both by the Fishergate entrance. So they're going to leave their station from there, walk all the way down to the south entrance every single time there's a delivery, anyone's bought anything online, and then carry it all the way back again.
Anybody help on any of those? I mean, I think there's obviously a difference with parcel store in terms of Royal Mail and your regular deliveries of post, which I think would be managed by staff. In terms of all the other stuff, Amazon and so on, I would suspect that, again, the expectation is that the staff, and there will be staff there that manage the parcel store and the office, will be walking down to the second entrance. Oh, sorry.
Just to Councillor Melly. You touched on it before, just in terms of your deliveries and takeaways, about having a specified collection point and being able to identify to the actual takeaway where you drop it off beforehand. I think that's a common approach to deliveries nowadays, certainly online, and you can have any other comments, so we can capture that in there. In terms of deliveries and your typical day-to-days, thinking Royal Mail deliveries and parcels, the intention is to have the rear service yard and the pre-existing lay-by would be your point where your postman would leave his van and then have to walk around and drop off the parcels. So a standard Royal Mail delivery will go to the parcel office, and a lot of student residential accommodation now have controls in place where if the student isn't within the dwelling itself, then on-site management will not accept the parcel. So Amazon deliveries, if you're not within the building, they'll just have to take it away. You won't be able to leave it. And that's worked into the actual management strategy and a part of the lease.
Councillor Murray, is that supplementary or not?
Yeah. I think a lot of deliveries these days aren't Royal Mail, they're separate courier and delivery companies where people are, where the drivers are under a huge amount of pressure to do as many deliveries as possible. They're paid per delivery and they've given huge quotas that they're supposed to meet. And my experience, I think the experience of a lot of other people, is that the amount of pressure they're under is that they park across driveways or on verges or on W lines or absolutely anywhere they can as close to the door as possible, because they have to leap out, deliver it, get back in their van because they're doing 10 an hour or something. Are they going to park round the bottom and walk all the way around, or
In a situation,
park at the bottom and wait for someone to come down and greet them, or are they just going to pull up outside?
in a situation where you've got a high number of dwellings within a single building, I believe that the logistics of the delivery company will ensure that the single van will make that delivery to the whole building if there's multiple deliveries to be made. So we're obviously saving movements in that regard. But like I say, the standard practice for the city centre student residential is the student has to be within the building in order to accept delivery. There'll be a phone beforehand. There's a notification that you get that the deliveries will be made at such and such a time. And that coordination between courier and the student would have to be maintained throughout.
I don't want to stifle debate on this important point, but I think we have given this a very good airing. I think if members have got questions other than on parcel deliveries and the parking for deliveries, I think I'd like to hear those next if possible. So Councillor Douglas, I had you. That's okay. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Notwithstanding the concerns of residents in William Court, I would say that your design in that is a vast improvement on what's there now, as Councillor Taylor said. But what I'd like to ask from my own curiosity is, when you first got this site and you were looking at what to do with it, was there any consideration given to actually constructing something like this with flats, 1, 2, maybe even 3 bedroom, for sale or rent to actual York residents? What was the imperative driving yet another student off-campus block? As I say, it's for my own curiosity.
With respect, I don't think that's a relevant thing. We're here to determine.
I did say it was for my own curiosity.
It's not a flying question though, Councillor Waters, with respect.
Sorry. So I was going to answer to say, obviously, you're here to consider the application that's before you. In simple terms, it's a commercial viability point, is my understanding, in terms of the nature of the land deal, the values involved, and the viability associated with that in terms of the site.
Right, just to pick you up on something you said earlier, which may have been a throwaway remark. You did say about these sort of developments release HMOs back onto the family housing market. Can you point me in the direction of any surveys to back up that remark?
I think I used the word potentially in my sentence.
Very clever. I've maybe
well,
missed that then.
I think, no, joking aside, I mean, I know Councillor Eyre raised the point about, I think he used the word spurious evidence. So part of the requirement of policy, I think it's H7, which is what we have to assess whether it's acceptable, this student development against, has 3 criteria. And the first is to demonstrate need. So we had to do a need assessment as part of our planning statement. And the information we got, if I just look at my sheet, came from Higher Education Statistics Agency, which was for 2019, and it showed 26,873 students in York with 10,244 bed spaces. So the theoretically or the potentially is that by default, as time goes on, you are going to reduce the demand on HMOs by increasing the supply of purpose-built bed spaces. So that was what I meant.
Just in relation.
You want to carry on? Are you sure you're okay to carry on? Okay. Councillor Waters, if it's relevant to the planning application, fine, but if not, can we move on, please? Because we need to get on with these applications and get them determined.
I could go on all night with questions like this, so I won't. And yeah, let's hope it does get moving.
Right. Councillor Eyre, is this a question about the planning application?
Very, very brief. Back to what you said. 15 arrivals per hour over 2 weekends. Do you actually think that is in any way feasible?
I think that it's a system that has just been used by Olympian on a scheme in Leeds, which opened in September, and that it's a fairly common management practice that they do over the 2 weekends. I think your question related to the time slots, didn't it?
Yeah, so you got 20-minute time slots, so expecting 15 people per hour to access those spaces on that narrow street. So I'd ask you on that Leeds one you quoted, was the road as small as that? Because what that doesn't equate for is that those people in the 20-minute slot, well, 5 of those will be leaving at the same time as 5 people are coming in the opposite direction on that street.
Yeah.
Every 20 minutes, you've got 5 cars leaving and 5 cars coming in for two whole days and then 2 whole days again.
Yeah. The road is fairly narrow at Leeds, actually. I think there is also capacity on William Court to use the lay-by that is existing and will remain on the right-hand side of the road as you look at it. So there would the 5 spaces on the lay-by as well. I don't know, Aaron, whether you want to add to that in any way?
Okay. I think, Michelle, you pretty much gave a reasonable summary there. I think Mr. Stokes touched on it as well, that there's short-term parking on Bluebridge Lane, which also offers that additional scope, if you like, for waiting whilst the designated parking bays become empty. But the principle of the timings, the scheduling, it's been put into practice, not just by Olympian, but by operators across the UK. And it works successfully. It's not a case of a resident would come along, would have to unload their own vehicle and take it up to the room themselves. There's a trolley waiting for them. They unload the vehicle straight away, and they're moved off site to the nearest car park, which in this case is the Q Park just around the corner. And then they can return where their trolley of belongings has already been taken up to their room, and they didn't unload and unpack as they see fit. So as a management system, I would just reiterate, it is something that is operated across the country successfully. It does work. It does seem a bit tight on paper, but in practice, it's a perfectly acceptable mechanism for moving people in and out at the end of the day.
Thank you. I'm going to exercise chairman's prerogative there and call this session of public participation to a halt, because I think we're giving things a very good airing. I don't think we need to go into this any further. I also propose to take a 5-minute break now, if members are acceptable. 5 minutes sufficient, or would you like to make it 10, just for a comfort break, and so we can check the Councillor Pavlovich is okay. So we'll reconvene at 1950. We'll make it 1956. Right, well, welcome back. We've now completed public participation and now moving into further questions to officers. Are there any further questions for officers, please? Councillor Hollier.
Being incredibly brief and don't want to bring up parcels too much, but I just wondered as a question whether there was anything we could do in the conditions as part of the management plan that said that deliveries must come to the registered delivery entrance, and to not do so would be a breach of the tenancy agreement or something like that.
I think what we've tried to do is find a resolution within the layout for something that sort of functions on a daily basis reasonably, rather than adding a stipulation to that effect. And that's what we've tried to do by incorporating the secondary access on the south side. I guess if members thought there was a alternative solution that's more workable, we could take that away and investigate whether we could secure that through condition.
Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got 3 questions potentially on the sort of theme, but depending on the answers. So sort of sections 5.5 to 5.7 talk about the sort of community facility aspect of the previous use. And I guess the thought of that building as a community facility is kind of dismissed. I might say sort of out of hand, but obviously not felt that it is a community facility. I assume 5.6 refers to HW1 rather than HW3. I suppose my first question is around the circumstances, I guess, of the bingo hall ceasing trading. And I suppose, was that an operational sort of financial ceasing? All I can remember of that was that the site was purchased by sort of developers, and then, you know, a year or whatever later, there was a sort of press release that Mecca weren't going to reopen after lockdown. And I guess behind that is a question: if I did feel it was a community facility, we'd expect some evidence in terms of the sort of viability or evidence that the facility was no longer viable. So I guess, firstly, is there any evidence, I guess, that previous use was not viable? I appreciate it's now closed, but if say this was a community facility like a pub, we would expect that it would be marketed as a pub for a period of time to sort of prove that nobody else was willing to take it on. So I guess there was a question in there somewhere.
Sorry, apologies. In terms, we're not aware that it's been marketed or that it's been proven that it wasn't viable as use as a bingo hall. I think what we've tried to set out in paragraphs 5.5 and 5.6 are firstly, in terms of the MPPF, when it gives examples of types of community facilities, I wasn't fully certain that a bingo hall fell within that bracket, but I guess if you assess that and determine that a bingo hall does fall into that bracket of an essential day-to-day community facility, it's whether there's a reasonable alternative in the local area to provide that type of use. And I think given the proximity to the city centre that we are, and the number of different building typologies that could incorporate that kind of use, i.e. it could happen in a pub just in the same way a quiz could, in my mind. You might disagree, but that was our kind of assessment of that, and we didn't feel that that was an unreasonable loss of a facility, that without that facility, this community could not continue to function in a reasonable way.
Your second question, Councillor Holly.
So yeah, in terms of the MPPF list, it's things as, you know, meeting places, sports venues, cultural buildings, public houses. So I would suggest perhaps that a bingo hall would be used akin to a sort of meeting place. I'm not sure you could argue it was a sport, but maybe there are aspects of it that are as much a sport as anything else. And particularly in terms of the sort of people that would go there, being sort of elderly, perhaps, maybe that's my prejudice, but from experience. So a particular type of group that maybe couldn't be as easily accommodated in a general facility in the city centre as perhaps others could. So I suppose if I did think it was a community facility, is there any evidence on the viability of the previous use, or is it essentially it's closed now?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, if you work through it in that way and come to that conclusion, we haven't got that viability evidence to show you that it wasn't viable or it wasn't necessary. So it's that following test, isn't it, as to whether that the community is unsustainable without that use that's been lost. It's that decision for you to make in that effect.
Okay, and very quickly then, if I didn't think it was a community facility, it wouldn't fall under employment land, because there'd be a similar sort of viability test. I mean, I know in the local plan it's just sort of white land, but if it's not a sort of community facility, would it not then be, what would it be? Would it not be employment land?
Probably say more of a commercial use rather than an employment use, is what I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Melly.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused as to this bit about recreational and cultural facilities. So there is a list. The list includes public houses, which are places where people go to meet, have a drink, engage in perhaps things like quizzes and bingo. Really similar to a bingo hall, except for bingo halls traditionally far more likely to be used by women in the community, and public houses traditionally far more likely to be used by men in the community. So there seems to be a little bit of a difference in how we categorise community and cultural provision based on whether it's more of value to women or men.
I'll just come in on this one. Jonathan's been clear as case officer and as we've made the assessment that we consider that it isn't, but it's a judgment. That's the officer's judgment. And if you feel that you need to take a different judgment, you need to take into everything account that we've just said. But that's what planning is. That's our judgment and that's our recommendation, but you may not agree with what we've said, but that's the advice that we're given.
Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, can I just hold you up for a second? Just got some.
Well, Chair, in case it exists, if we're looking at NPPF policy 93, my interpretation of it is that it says that local authorities should provide the social, recreational, cultural facilities the community needs. To do this, planning policies and decisions should, and then there's A, B, C, D, and E. And my interpretation of it is that A, which refers to shops, meeting places, sports venues, etc., is in terms of what plans should provide for, because it says should plan positively for the provision and use of those facilities. And I think that it's saying that that's what the local plan policies should do. Paragraph B refers to taking into account delivery of local strategies, etc. And then C, which I think is the relevant one, which I think is Jonathan has been referring to in the officer's report. It says guard against the unnecessary loss of valued facilities and services, particularly where this would reduce the community's ability to meet its day-to-day needs. So I think that one is relevant to decision making. I think A is relevant to plan making. Then there's paragraphs D and E as well, which with paragraph D, for just for completeness, paragraph D says it should be ensured that established shops, facilities and services are able to develop and modernise and are retained for the benefit of the community. And I don't think he is, I don't think I need to mention he. So I think Jonathan was focusing, if I'm all right, Jonathan, and saying that Jonathan, I think you were focusing on paragraph 93C as being the most relevant part of the NPPF here. And so Jonathan, I think, is saying that he does not consider that this is a facility that is necessary to meet a community to meet its day-to-day needs. So I think that's Jonathan's interpretation of the policy.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering what other community facilities there are in the area, not the city centre area, but the Fishergate area as a neighbourhood and community.
Probably a better question for Councillor to go on, maybe, than me. I mean, we take into account in a similar way that Councillor Fisher mentioned at the last item, it's a case of a reasonable walking distance, i.e. around 500 metres, so you use that reasonable distance. So within that area, you're very much, you're at the Barbican and the various communal facilities around Fawcett Street. So there are quite a lot of community type buildings within that 500 metres.
Councillor Melly, is that supplementary?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So we're trying to judge what's a community facility and what provides services and what is, a commercial venture and not essential. So you're saying that the Barbican does meet the criteria to be a community facility and essential for community, but something like bingo doesn't? Because like the Barbican, I'm sorry, I haven't been there, but it's mostly private events, gigs, that sort of thing, right?
No, I think it's just an example as buildings don't have a single fixed use, that a building typology can, like you said, people don't go to pubs. A pub could have a function room that would be entirely separate to the pub, and it could accommodate a number of uses. I think when you're talking about day-to-day facilities for a community, I don't think we're not in a village where we're losing the last facility in the village for people to meet as a community. I think this is that's part of the way we've considered this. Sorry, that because of where the location is, it's in close proximity and it's accessible to a number of commercial and communal buildings that could be used in a variety of uses. And that's why we don't think that losing part of this building that used to accommodate a bingo hall isn't leading to the loss of a type of building that could be used in a way that can't be replaced somewhere else in that area. I don't know if I've started to confuse you there. But...
Thank you. Any further questions for officers? Nope. In that case, I'll open this up to debate. I'd like to kick off. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. I have some significant concerns about this development. I've been listening carefully to what colleagues have been saying, particularly around vehicle access for deliveries and the issues of risk on Fishergate Road. But I'm particularly concerned that this is a development that's dressing itself up to offer really good accessibility with 4 accessible rooms, which is over 10%, which is great. However, in order to get from the accessible parking to your accessible room, you've got to go through a corridor, outside, along the full length of the plot, back inside, and then wiggle your way across the courtyard through the gardens before getting into the building where your room is housed. It couldn't be further. There couldn't be a more circuitous route to get around this plot than they are suggesting, because you have to come in, you have to go down, you either cut through 2 flats, which I'm not sure you'd be allowed to do, or you have to go outside along the bottom courtyard bit, back inside, back outside again before getting into the building, because your room is the most inaccessible it could be from the accessible parking. So I'm very concerned about that. The outrageous suggestion that people could go through a bin store is just horrific, and I think shows a level of contempt for students with access needs. But I am particularly concerned about the loading access, the car access. Not convinced by the arrangements for deliveries, because I just don't think that staff will walk the length of the building multiple times during the day to accept deliveries for the 275 people who are going to be living on the site. I'm also concerned about cycle storage, because I added it up to 168, but somebody said 170, so I might have missed some. But again, not enough for the amount of people that are going to live here, and that's if only one person lives in every room, and all the rooms have double beds. So you might have more than one person living in some of the rooms. So I am seriously concerned about all of those things, and I'm not convinced by the responses we've been given that they address all of those issues.
Thank you, Councillor May.
Not something for the debate, but another question. Sorry, I know we moved on, but what Councillor Lomas just said raised a question. Is the lift shaft? So yeah, on the ground floor, is it there in the switch by the switch room? Is it at that end of the building, like the far northeast corner? So if you're in one of the accessible rooms on the first or
There are
second.
multiple lifts, and they're at these circulation cores throughout the building. So you've got sort of 4 cores within the building with the staircases, and each of those have a lift next to them.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Apart from core number 4, which doesn't have a lift by it. Yep.
And the other thing I was just going to say about cycle storage, the number 170, I got that from paragraph 5.44 on page 141, where it says the number of spaces and it adds up to 170. So that's where I got that number from. But I haven't been able to find where all those spaces are on the proposed ground floor plan. So I'm just taking it from the report.
Thank you. I'm going to say a few words here. I think there's several points to this. One of it is the principle of the use of the land. Is it suitable for student accommodation? And I appreciate that the bingo hall was a community facility, but the whole thing about bingo is just changed a lot in the last few years. A lot more people play online. These mega bingo halls are frequently found to be non-viable. My hometown used to have 3 bingo halls, it now has none. So I question whether really trying to retain it as a massive facility like this is viable. The second issue is about the design of the building, which I think is a considerable improvement on what is there already. I mean, I don't think the Mecca bingo is a great element of design. I think the new design is better, but I have considerable worries about some of the issues that's been brought up about the deliveries, the access, the conflict with traffic on Fishergate, and the disabled access, which I totally take is unacceptable. Now, the applicants are here at the moment. They've heard our concerns. I wonder, rather than throw the whole application back to them and say, do it all again, whether or not we could not defer this application for them to consider the points and bring back a slightly modified application, which might address some of the concerns we all have. Councillor de Gaulle?
I would support that. I think, as you said, we've heard a number of issues that have been raised about the practicality of the arrangements, and I accept that also our highways officers have likewise heard those points. Councillor Taylor referred specifically to the fact that in practice delivery personnel are going to call to a front entrance. And if there isn't a loading bay there for drop off, then we know what they'll do. They'll block the pavement or they'll block the road, 1 or 2, while they make that delivery. I think that needs to be looked at again. I also think the whole positioning of the cycle parking needs to be considered. given that it's going to be far safer and less disruptive for lots of cyclists coming onto Bluebridge Lane and then accessing Melbourne Street than cycling along the pavement, which is what they'll do from the front entrance if that is the main entrance in and out, or alternatively they'll cycle over the zebra crossing with all the kids going to school. So I think those do need looking at in practical terms. There is also the issue about the sort of configuration and the overall, it's not been raised in any of the particular points, but the perspective from William Court, residents of William Court, it is a major change to their outlook. And that does need to, and positioning of a substation right next to somebody's rear, their private garden. Those sorts of things do need to be looked at and considered. The aspect from William Court, I think, was on the site visit. We saw one of the views was quite dominant. The scale of it in terms of the impact on the neighbourhood is significant. Although, except the change that's been made to try and reflect more of the vernacular of Fishergate School, which it's opposite. It is an improvement in one respect, but it is still quite over dominant for the residents. I think that will do.
I did not actually propose deferral. I simply put it as a possible option. Are you proposing deferral or not?
Sorry, I maybe missed that bit. I'm happy to propose deferral if that is what other members think is a way forward.
And the next person I had was Councillor Aird, and I've got Councillor Melly and Councillor Pavlovich.
Yeah, that was before I thought I might be seconding. I'm not intending to second deferral. I think I can be tempted to support deferral, but I think we need to be time limited and we need to be quite strict. I don't want to be, let's go away and look at 50,000 things and come away. I fully agree with the access issues. That does at the moment look to me ridiculous, and that's something that I don't think could be solved quite quickly. I mean, it can in terms of moving a few rooms around and stuff, but that needs work doing. That's not something we can sit and say as a condition that room needs to be moved. I appreciate there's work to be done. I think the delivery side of things can probably be bottomed quite simply and quickly. I'm happy to defer probably mainly on those access grounds, but I would caution against starting to throw loads of things in and be very specific and very tight and back to the next meeting with those issues.
I'll take Councillor Melly next because you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments about the design being acceptable, and I personally, I quite, we see quite a few applications for this sort of scale of student accommodation. I'm quite happy with the design of it and the amount of amenity space and that sort of thing. But it's, I'm concerned about the highways impacts and safety concerns to do with deliveries and drop-offs, and also the loss of community space. Even if, to describe it as mega bingo halls, even if they're generally not commercially viable, usually when we're looking at the loss of community space or loss of pubs and that sort of thing, it doesn't have to be retained as the exact same use, just for the community. So maybe it isn't viable as a pub, but it's viable as a post office and community space for kids' birthday parties and knitting groups and substance misuse, whatever it is, or music venue or whatever. And I do think that the loss of this community space, as has been said, will disproportionately affect women, disproportionately affect older people. There's no other community space in this kind of neighbourhood and community area. So I'm happy to second deferral to get that information about viability and that sort of thing before we commit to losing it.
In terms of that would be contrary to our advice, because we've said we don't consider it to be a community facility. So if you're going to go down that route, that won't come back quickly, like Councillor Eyre has requested. I also can't say that it'll come back to the next one because we've got Christmas in the middle. But if we can quite happily look at the accessibility and the disabled access issue, the conflict with the deliveries and the safety of there and the substation. If you go into looking at the loss of a community facility, that is something entirely different that I'd like you to consider separately to everything else that you've just done, because that's a principal issue, whereas nothing that's come up so far is a principal issue.
Councillor Pavlovich.
Thank you, Chair. Kind of had my guns spiked a little bit there by a proposal and a seconder for deferral. My view would be, I don't think the issues that we've raised of concern would be suitable, and I'm taking Councillor Ayres' point, in any reasonable time frame. I think the concerns are so significant, and for me, they are the public safety element of the Fishergate road, and the totally unsuitable mitigation offers. So my proposal would have been for refusal on those grounds, and I would have incorporated the accessibility issue. I don't think these are sufficient to be dealt with in a month or 2 months. I think they involve quite a significant and substantial rethink of the whole design of this building. So that would have been my proposal. So I won't be supporting the deferral.
Can I just clarify with Councillor Melly? You obviously made a seconded deferral on a certain condition. Given the Chief Planning Officer's comments, do you wish to continue to second deferral, or would you like to withdraw that?
My instinct is to be against loss of community facilities, but what I'm not sure of, because I haven't got all the documentation in front of me and all the different policies locally and nationally, is exactly what the grounds for refusal would be on those grounds. Whereas from past meetings and the policies provided to us, usually we have evidence to make that decision on, which I feel we're lacking today.
I'll take Councillor Holly, then Councillor Eyre.
Yeah, I think there's a box which hasn't been ticked in terms of what the sort of viability argument is if you think it is a community facility. And on that basis, I'd have struggled to support the application because I do think it's a community facility, and therefore I would, to sort of tick that policy box, need to see some sort of evidence in terms of the viability or, meeting some of the other aspects of that policy. So without that, I'd still be in that place, even if it did come back later. And that's not to say, there's a majority of other people that think differently. So, whether that needs to be a reason to defer it is, the applicants have heard concerns of some people on the committee that that's an issue.
Right. You've not, as far as I'm aware, withdrawn your proposal to defer. Is that correct, Councillor Melly? You've not withdrawn your proposal to defer? Your seconding of deferral?
Yeah, I'm still seconding.
Still seconding. Right. I think we'll go to the vote on that. Yeah. Councillor Eyre, I'll take Councillor Eyre first. Did you have time before that?
Yeah, I was just trying to work on the technicality so we could get to the vote, actually, was my point. And I take Councillor Melly's point and Councillor Holly's point. That I suspect will be a judgment call. Can we defer on the grounds that we said originally and also request more information on the other one? Because at the end of the day, that will still be a judgment call for us when it comes back to committee, whether we think it is. It's not a black, as you said, it's not a black or white issue, but can we defer on those grounds and then say, but the committee would also like to get more information on the viability, etc., and that study prior to that meeting, or that be brought to the meeting to help us with that decision?
Could we do that?
I think, can I just, so Sandra touched on it before, so the paragraph 93 from the MPPF, which is the relevant one, and the criteria C is to guard against the unnecessary loss of valued facilities and services, particularly where this would reduce the community's ability to meet its day-to-day needs. So I don't know what viability information we can get you to demonstrate that one way or the other. I'm not sure how we do it. It's a judgment, isn't it, as to whether there's a community facility on this site which is essential to meet the day-to-day needs of the community.
I didn't say what you had to give us. I said we were just going to ask you for it. if the response to that question is I can't get you anything else, then that's the response. But it just allows us to explore that without tying it into a specific thing.
Sorry.
Well, this issue, Chair, is already dealt with in the officer's report in paragraph 5.5, where the officer explains why it is not contrary to NPPF policy. And I know that there was previous reference by Councillor Cobain to emerging local plan policy D3, which I have had a look at, and the report doesn't refer to it. And that may be because we are not, as officers don't consider they're able to wait to that emerging policy at the moment. We don't have a local plan, and we are primarily considering this application, assessing it against the NPPF and paragraph 93C. And you've had officers advise that they do not consider that this facility is necessary to meet the day-to-day needs of the community. I think members may disagree, but I think you've got the information you need on that in the officer's report.
Councillor Waters and then Councillor de Gorne.
Yeah, but in fairness to all the councillors that's raised this as a concern, there's one sentence at the end of 5.5 that just dismisses it without any evidence or anything to back it up. So is it any wonder that people are asking for this to be considered properly? Now, if you were to consider it, surely you would look at Clifton Bingo. You would look at how many people are going there. You would look if that was struggling to cope with the numbers, you would look at the number of people that come from out of town to go there, as they used to do with this one. You don't just dismiss it with one sentence.
I don't know whether that relates to community needs, though, does it?
Right, we haven't just dismissed it in one sentence. We have to take a whole load of information and put it into a report. It has been considered. Just because it's put in one sentence doesn't mean it hasn't been considered. As officers, our advice to you is that we don't consider that this is a community facility because it's a bingo hall. We've looked at the relevant policy and guidance, and that's our advice. If you think otherwise, then that's your consideration of whether or not this is a principle of loss of a community facility. And I've given the advice that I think, yes, you can defer it in terms of the disability access, because yes, what you're saying in terms of the conflict of the deliveries and the public safety, the cycle parking and the substation. There's a planning policy background to why you are requesting that, and we can reasonably go back and ask for that. The advice that we've given you is that we have fully assessed it in terms of consideration of a community facility, and officer's advice is that we don't think it is. If you think otherwise, that potentially becomes a principal issue. And we're giving you the advice that we don't think we've got sufficient information. We don't think there's sufficient justification for us to have put that forward as a loss to be of such degree that we would have put it forward for refusal.
Councillor de Gorne, Councillor Melly, then I think I'm going to go to the vote.
Fairly quickly, I mean, if we've determined that there are certain reasons that we want to defer it, then if there's any further information on this particular point, then that can come forward at the same time when it's brought back. But I was just going to sort of draw, having heard you read out NPPF paragraph 93, the clause about day-to-day facilities was that was a qualifying statement. So it wasn't a requirement of that condition. That was an additional point, but particularly important to consider where the day-to-day it's providing day-to-day facilities. This is a community venue of one sort or another. There may be or may not be a level of demand in the city, across the city, for use of that size of space, but we don't know because we've not had any assessment given to us as to whether or not there is a sort of demand, what marketing's been done or whatever before we make a decision.
Councillor Melly, and then I'm going to move to the vote.
Oh, thank you, Chair, but Councillor de Gorne made my point.
Right, we've had it proposed and seconded that we defer this application for, and can you just go through the key points that we're going to consider?
The key points that I've got are the accessibility, the disabled access and the accessibility through the site, the conflict of the deliveries and the public safety, the position of the cycle parking and the substation. They were the reasons that I got from Councillor de Gorne. Hang on, I haven't finished. There was also an additional request that the applicant provide information in terms of the loss of the community facility. And that's where I gave advice that we don't consider as officers that it is a facility, but members still wanted that information. What I can't say is that technically, I don't know what we could get you that would resolve that issue. That's potentially my advice to you and councillor.
Councillor Melly and Councillor Lomas, I'll take you.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, on the accessibility issue, I think it's not just about the accessibility of the site and the route through it, but the number of accessible rooms. It'd be useful to know if there's any policy about having to have, we were hoping for 10% or something, if there's any policy for that. And the other thing, in terms of more information that you could get us is, you know, you say that you've looked at all the policy and guidance and fully assessed it, but it'd be useful for us to have that information as well. Like, for example, was it policy D3 that the public speaker reference that we have?
But the point that I'm making is because we don't consider it's a community facility, you wouldn't start assessing it in a planning report about against those policies. You don't assess something if you don't consider it is that. So
we need to also assess whether or not it's a community facility, and we haven't got that information of what to assess that against. So that's information that we need.
I can't promise you that I'm going to be able to get that information because I don't think
Well, it's whatever you've used to assess whether or not it's a community facility. We need that same
Well, we've
information so we can assess whether or not it's a community facility.
A case of wanting a bit more reasoning than one sentence.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Can you add cycle parking provision, please, Becky? Or
I did say that.
You said location, but it's number as well, because there are we could only find 168 spaces and there are 200 and.
Sorry, no, I missed that. Sorry. Yeah, I've got that.
And the final thing I'm going to say about this community facility or not, can you do some research about whether bingo venues are in general viewed to be community facilities outside of your own perspective? Because what I've heard tonight seems to be it is your own opinion that a bingo hall isn't a community facility. We've clearly heard from some of us that we view it to be a community facility. So are there any sources that could tell us whether bingo halls have been considered community facilities?
If that's part of your reason for deferral, we will look into that.
Thank you, Councillor. And then I'm definitely
Just in terms of trying to speed things on, I was going to suggest that members of the committee via chair and vice chair sort of liaise to say what kind of information we would like from you and request from you. I fully appreciate, as you say, the answer might be I can't get it, but at least that way we can all contact our relevant chair and vice chair and say this is the information we would like. If you can get it, you can. You can't, you can't.
Well, they just want us to do that to actually, reasons for refusal have to be stated at the time, do differently. Yes, but reasons for deferral, do they have to be stated at the time or can we act to them later?
No, you need to do it now.
Planning reasons, yeah.
We've got them. Yep, we've got them.
So they do need to be stated, yes.
Okay, I think we'll move to the vote. We have it proposed and seconded and defer for the reasons given by the Chief Planning Officer. Can all those in favour please show? 2, 3, 4. It's 10. Yeah. 10. And those against? It's 4. That is deferred. Thank you. Now we need to take a short adjournment of about 10 minutes to bring in some public speakers. 5 minutes will do. Thank you. That's okay. I'll be till 5 is fine. Welcome back. Move on to item 4C, and we're taking 4C and 4D together. This is the Minster School Deangate change of use of former school to Minster, York Minster Refectory, and the listed building consent for that application. Over to you, Becky.
Thank you, Chair. So, 2 seconds. So the site location plan is here. The site is outlined in red sorry. So you've got the Minster here and the site here for the context.
Apologies, can I just tell you that? Sorry, I forgot. I thought about it.
Hang on, you
we've lost our vice chair, so we have to just quickly elect a vice chair if possible, in case I keel over or something. So could I have a proposal for vice chair? Councillor Fenton.
Could I propose Councillor Hollier?
On the grounds these. Is that seconded? Is that seconded? Seconded by Councillor Barker. Are there any other nominations? Nope. All those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. You will take the chair for the final thing. Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
No, fine. No problem. So you can see the west elevation and site frontage, the view from Deangate on this slide here. The west elevation again from Deangate, you can just see the application site here, and again the existing gates and access into the site. More views into the site, and that is the view from, if you had your back to the site looking towards the Minster. So this is the proposed west elevation here. You can see that's the in colour and the mocked up version, as you can see here, and the elevations here. This proposed east elevation with the changes here and here. And again, proposed north and south elevations with the changes in the yellow colour that you can see in the lift shaft there. And again, the proposed sections where you can see the differences here. So this is the proposed ground floor plan. The orange is the to be demolished, and the blue is the new works that you can see, including the lift there that I previously showed. And again, the proposed first floor plan here with the lift and the new toilets up in the first floor there. The roof plan here, I'll go into that in a different slide in a second. And the proposed landscaping plan here in terms of the new access arrangement into the site, opening up of this area here, and the works in front here. So the landscaping sections here, and then this is an example of the photovoltaic slates. So when the application was originally submitted, it was going to be the panels integrated, but since then we've negotiated that it becomes these PV slates that you can see here. I'll then go on to the next plan that shows an overlay of the photovoltaic slate arrangement. So this is the rear elevation here. These blue slates indicate the solar slates that will come in. They will be surrounded by new slates. Yep. And again, that's for the side elevation there, the existing roof lights here, the solar slates that will be surrounded by the new slates, and the front elevation here. Oh, sorry, no, it's just this bit here. Just this section here will be the solar slate arrangement there. Just go into, that's the better plan. No, hang on. Go back to that plan from the start. We haven't got any additional updates for this.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, so move straight into questions for officers. Anyone got a question? Councillor Ray.
I'm a very little brain. You confused me there, Becky. When you said the blue slates, you meant the white slates outlined in blue.
Yes, sorry.
So was that
Hang on.
because there's
So
some of them?
the slates that are outlined in blue will be the solar slates.
So
Yeah, go on. I'm going to ask Mark to do this.
So
Some of those grey, some of them blue.
No, this is
the-
only
the-
showing.
The outer drawings on that plan are a CAD drawing. The blue lines denote where the solar slates are proposed. The surrounding areas that aren't coloured will be roofed with traditional slate. And if you just go on this slide here, this is a mock-up of the solar slate. So the three rows that Becky's highlighting there, they are the solar slates. Visually, they're a roof slate with a sort of perhaps best described as sort of a varnished or a lacquered finish. And then they are set within a traditional slate roof. The system has to be, as with other sort of PV array systems, has to be set within an existing roof. It can't be sort of set to the full expanse of the roof.
Councillor Melly.
So whatever happens, the existing slate is being replaced. It's going to be a new roof anyway. So is the issue that because it's listed, it has to be replaced like for like?
Yes.
And the issue is just whether or not the appearance is like for like?
It isn't like for like because it's not being replaced with the same slate that it is there now. So that's the heritage issue. Go on. Oh,
So-
sorry. Go on, you do it.
So in terms of the existing slate roof as at present, it's a Westmoreland slate, so it's typically got more sort of green slate hues in it, whereas the proposed solar slates are based on a Welsh slate. So visually it becomes sort of, they've got more bluey hues and tinges in them. Now, as I've set out in the report, our sort of assessment, sort of judgment as officers is that yes, there is an element of harm by virtue of that change, but it's one that we're sort of comfortable that balances in terms of the other public benefits and things. So that's the view we've reached. And visually, when you're perhaps on the earlier slides where you show that front elevation of the building, the main roof slope on that front elevation is quite shallow. So again, that sort of mitigates sort of the visual impact. So from street level, I don't believe you would notice a huge difference visually.
Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Waters.
Just Becky, could you go back in the presentation to the photograph of the front of what's there now? That'd be great, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
That one's better, that one's thin.
Councillor Melly, sorry, I thought you were going to ask a question, Councillor Lomas. I was waiting, so Councillor Melly. And Councillor Waters.
I had a question about highways. Page 186, paragraph 3.8 says that there are identified issues with how the plans tie in with the existing network and concerns regarding the proposed surfacing materials and insufficient cycling. I was just wondering if those concerns and identified issues could be expanded upon a little bit, please.
Which paragraph number, sorry?
3.8, page 186.
So in terms of the tying into the existing network, because of the proximity of the boundary wall to the adopted highway and the footpath on Deangate, that was an area of concern that highways flagged up. In any event, that the applicant's aware of those concerns, but in undertaking the work would need to liaise with the Highways Authority to address those.
in terms of surfacing materials, the approach to the building, the applicant's proposing a sort of a bonded gravel resin type surface. Highways have, the issue Highways raised related to that being used elsewhere, and it being subject to it failing. Now, the use of that surfacing would be on land within the control of the applicant, so it would be their responsibility to maintain that. It's not becoming part of the adopted highway. Regarding cycle parking, there is an under provision if you apply the cycle parking standards. However, given the location, there are existing facilities nearby, and also in the context of this site, to sort of put more to potentially achieve the recommended amount or the sort of amount required by the parking standard. There are other considerations that come into play in the sense of impact upon heritage assets and such like.
Councillor Millie?
So is the nearest cycle storage Deangate near Boys?
There's some existing cycle hoops just opposite the stone yard, sort of just through the gate piers on Deangate. And I think there's potentially some on the bottom of College Street as well.
So is this development expected to increase the amount of cycle traffic, and is there capacity for that in those existing cycle storage areas?
Not to a degree where we aren't comfortable with the level of cycle parking that's being provided on site and what's in the area.
Thanks.
Councillor Waters was next, then Councillor Douglas.
Thanks, Chair. Just going back to the slates. Personally, I'm pleased to see them suggested, having advocated them on many occasions. But what concerns me is, once again, design and conservation, our conservation architect has very strong objections, and we're being asked to disregard his advice. Is there anybody here to question on that?
Yep, David Crothers, the conservation architect, should be on Zoom, and I can bring him in if you want to question him.
I'd like to hear his views, and probably apologise to him for being kept waiting for 4.5 hours as well.
It's okay. I told him when to come in. He has
Right.
a background. I would say that yes, it is a strong view, but and that's entirely what he should be doing because he's our conservation architect. But it's the planning balance and the balance that officers have then got to make. So yes, absolutely, he's there to ask questions, but as a way of an explanation. And as I said at the beginning, we did originally have a very different scheme to what we've got now, and we've negotiated somewhere in the middle that we're now comfortable with as planners. But as a conservation architect, he will have issues because it's not preserving it as it should be.
I'd certainly like to hear his views.
David, are you there? Please let it work. David is. That's where I cross my fingers.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yep.
Sorry, needed to unmute.
Do you want to ask him a question, Councillor Waters?
I'd just like to hear his concerns in general with this scheme, and in particular regarding the slates.
Councillor, I've objected to all elements of the scheme, as you will see in my comments. In terms of the slates, it's twofold. It's the loss of the original, it's the loss of the existing roof covering and the significance of that roof covering, and its replacement with something of a different character. So it's the impact that the replacement will have on character and appearance of the conservation area and the significance of the listed building. And that is it in a nutshell.
Thank you, David.
Councillor de Gorte.
Yeah, how old is the existing roof and has it been repaired over the years?
I can't answer that question, councillor, off the top of my head. It obviously has some age, and most listed buildings will have had their roofs repaired over time. The point that is often made is that with listed buildings, a repair should be like for like. So if you have a Westmoreland slate roof, it should be replaced with a Westmoreland slate roof.
And on the rear elevation, there's, from looking at the plans, there's 4 roof lights. Are they original or are they later features that were added in?
They're later features.
And are they listed or can they be changed?
They'd be part of the listing. So any features that exist on the building at present are part of the listing.
So at what point in the history of the building do we decide that things should be frozen and not changed? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So
the roof lights are not original, but have been added in later, but now you're saying they're listed.
So anything that's physically attached to the building. So if you were to approve this application this evening, the alterations to this building will become part of its listed status and will have that protection. The significance of the various elements of a listed building are how we assess their importance. So significance is based on different values. One of those values is historic, which is age and associated things with age. And there's also a value that relates to aesthetic. So you could say that the roof lights, although they're part of the listing, have little significance because they're not original or necessarily authentic. So they may be there, they may be part of the listing, but they don't have a great significance in terms of heritage value.
So can we, in terms of facilities, presume that there's a plan for a lift? Will that, which is obviously significant value for the functionality of the building, will that become listed as well?
It will, yes, because it's physically attached to the listed building.
Okay.
That's how it works. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
I'll move on to now Councillor Douglas next, and then I've got Councillor Mecca and then Councillor F.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, is it possible that the cycle parking that can't be, or the new cycle parking that can't be accommodated on the site could be placed elsewhere in the area? Because trust me, at the time when everybody's using the facilities that potentially could be approved, it's just packed in town.
That's potentially a question for the applicant, but I can already see that he's nodding his head at me. So I would say that yes, we could probably condition that.
Councillor Looker, I think you put your hand up as you want to speak. Councillor Looker, I think you put your hand up. No, you didn't. That's okay. Councillor Air. Yep, I've got Councillor. Right. Yep.
It was for David. That was why I was trying to get on, was to ask him that. Yeah. So noting in that paragraph 3.2 that he refers to energy efficiency, and knowing that sustainable energy is about more than just efficiency, the bigger things, is there anything that you could put on that roof that you would be happy with or happier with? Or is it a simple case of you either replace it with something that's not sustainable or it is substantial harm?
I can't say it's substantial harm, councillor. It's less than substantial harm at the upper level, in my opinion. I don't think it's for me to suggest what might be appropriate in this instance. It's for me to comment on what is put forward. And I believe that there is harm to heritage significance due to either option of the original option of PV panels, or what I understand to be under consideration now, which is the PV slates.
Councillor Barker.
Hey, David, currently, what is the current situation of the roof? I.e., does it need replacing? And therefore, we're just moving things forward by a year or two to get these PV tiles on. Slates.
As I understand it, Councillor, yes.
I think, David, just to come in here, David's point would be if you replaced it from David's point of view, you to replace it with Westmoreland slate, rather than what we're proposing to replace it with now.
I was just trying to understand the condition of the roof. So,
Right,
you know,
okay.
if it's perfectly.
Maybe it'd be best to ask the applicant about the condition of the roof.
Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. In order to access the lift from the first floor, access will be via an existing window, which would need to be altered. I'm just wondering if that window is of any historical or listing significance and what the alterations and harm to that could be.
The building as a whole is listed, so yes. Sorry, David, go on.
I was just going to say it's an original window and part of the original design.
So yeah, there is significance there, but again, the judgment. Councillor Melly.
Follow up?
It's a separate question actually, rather than follow up, but I don't know.
No one else is in the queue, so.
Okay, cool. In a few different parts of the report, there's reference to a gazebo. I'm just wondering while you've got the plans up, if you could point out to us what that is.
As part of the proposals, there's an area of outdoor seating proposed. So the seating on this side of the approach to the building, these three features here are parasols. This structure here on this side of the plan is the proposed gazebo. So relative to sort of existing features on site, it's approximately in a similar location to a existing sort of climbing frame adventure play structure that's on the site, and that's positioned here. So it's a frame structure, lets the light through, but also there'll be elements of planting around it and things. The intention from the applicant is to sort of provide an area of outdoor seating, but also elements of shade and cover for the summer months.
Councillor.
Just to clarify, I'm conscious that there's a big white tent in front of it at the moment. What could they actually do at the moment without planning permissions? Because these obviously, I'm assuming the gazebo is a more permanent structure. Could they just stick up a plastic B&Q gazebo at the moment, or would they? Well, I mean, they have put a plastic gazebo at the moment, so I'm assuming they can. Otherwise, we should probably go now. But
the building itself is listed, but also the site's within the scheduled monument. So in terms of sort of the extent of any kind of permitted development rights, they would be very limited. Going back to the parasols, one of the sort of points that's made within the applicant's submission is that, in their view, this approach is more planned, whereas their view is that perhaps if you didn't have those structures there as part of this plan at this point now, an operator would come in and then you potentially end up, as the site comes into use with the outdoor seating area, you end up with for using your description, your B&Q kind of parasols and things.
other DIY shops are available, including Barnett's, which is fantastic in the city centre, I admit.
Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. So that play equipment that you were referencing, presumably that's directly related to the use of it as a school, and we don't need to worry about the loss of play equipment and park space and family-friendly facilities in the city centre?
So historically, its most recent use as the school, that sort of the lawned area, the hard standing area and the play equipment has been for the exclusive use of the school, and you know, as a result, the sort of the gates and controlled access to the site is because it is a school, and the sort of the sort of necessities around that. As part of the proposals, you'll see on the landscaping plan, the site opens up, the lawned area becomes a sort of a publicly accessible space, and it's the intention from the applicant is to manage that in a similar vein as that they do with Dean's Park, in the sense that, you know, the gates and things will be open during daylight hours and then closed by the Minster police at sort of dusk time.
I'm going to ask a question. Could I just ask our conservation officer how he reconciles his views with those of Historic England, who are very supportive of the scheme and don't seem to object to the solar panels on some elevations of the building?
David, are you there?
I am, yes. Historic England deferred to the City of York Council advice because they don't normally make comment on grade 2 listed buildings, so they concentrate on 2-star and 1. So their comments deferred to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Councillor Eyre.
Councillor Melly provoked my memories of that particular site. Now you mention it, because I thought the playground always looked really bad, I thought. But was I right in thinking there's 2 cricket nets off the front of that? And if that's the case, is it then a school sports field? And does that not have a greater level of protection? As Secretary of State, if it's a sports field, approval required.
I don't think it's classed as a sports pitch. It's just open space. And plus the school's closed now, and it wasn't publicly accessible.
The school was closed, well, the school playing fields behind Burn Home was lost about 15 years before the school went, and still required Secretary of State approval, because despite having not been used as a sports field for 15 years, it was still classified as a sports field.
If members decide to approve the application, I'd ask for deferral for us to check, and if need be, we can defer to Sport England if needed, but we'll go away and check if you're minded to.
And I'll declare a non-prejudicial interest as a cricketer who's never used those cricket nets though.
Councillor Looker.
I'm really taking advantage of the opportunity to answer, and I'm sure the applicant could answer Councillor Eyre's question, because I cycle past A, the Minster School, and B, Bootham Park Hospital Grounds, which is where they used to have all their sports. Their major sports is where they had football, it's where they played cricket, it's where they did play tennis, till the tennis courts fell into disrepair, but where they had sports day. They did use that area for practice, but it wasn't their main sports area. They would walk up to Bootham Park Hospital and use the sports facilities there, which are in due course coming to this committee to consider. So I think I would argue that that's much more of a playground than a sports field.
Councillor Waters.
Just in relation to condition 19, we either have it written for the lifetime of the development or open-ended as the last 2 reports have been, rather than the 5 years.
That is the question though, is it? But we'll take it on board.
It's a question to officers then, why hasn't the landscape condition been written in the same respect as the last 2 applications we've dealt with?
Don't know the answer to that one, I'm afraid. I will look at it for the next committee.
Yeah, I thought we got past that situation of the 5 years, because I thought when the first couple were both in perpetuity, but anyway, we can add that as an amendment to that condition. Right, any further questions for officers before I move into public participation? Right, good. We have a number of people tonight speaking. I'll take Mike Fisher first, who is speaking in objection. Is Mr. Fisher here? Yeah, we're taking both together, so if you could deal with both. I think you're only registered for the first application. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
A lot has been made by the applicant about the fitting of PV cells on the roof as a moral duty to protect the environment. Even the Archbishop has written about it as such. Meanwhile, the Minster neighbourhood plan is undergoing independent examination. It could be that the independent examiner of the plan rejects it. The plan has not yet been verified by the council. In that plan, there is a proposal to erect a large building in the residence gardens adjacent to the old palace in Dean's Park. It will house the museum that the Minster needs in order to exhibit religious artifacts and for educational purposes. But what about the environmental cost of erecting such a building without even considering its extremely sensitive location? It seems that chapter's priorities are to flog sausage rolls and scones before exhibiting religious artifacts and education. Or it could be a strategic decision to apply for the creation of the refectory now, thereby blocking the use of the school to house the museum. Essentially, if the museum was in the song school, would the committee give planning permission for such a large new building in Dean's Park for a cafe? For some time now, the Architects Journal has been running a campaign called Retro First with the strapline, "The greenest building is the one that already exists." The applicant has stated that the school is too modular for a museum, apparently not too modular for a food outlet, of which there are already over 60 in the vicinity. It seems hard to believe that a competent architect couldn't get a museum in a space the size of the song school. When the neighbourhood forum was initiated, the school was in use, but now that it is vacated, locating the new museum there would negate the need for a large new building in Dean's Park. Surely the new museum will also generate income for the Minster. The applicant stated in reply to me in the forum that it was not intended to make a significant profit from the new cafe. In the neighbourhood plan, he states that the refectory does not intend to compete with existing businesses in the area. There is nothing in this application referring to that. The impression they give now is that it seems the income is almost essential for the survival of the Minster, in spite of the strength of chapter's finances and the fact that the Minster is probably in the most secure state it's been in for centuries, and with equipment and knowledge available today will remain so in the future. At some point, we are going to have to cut back on consumption, or in 100 years' time, the Minster may have replaced all its gargoyles, but millions of people's home will be under the sea or the desert.
You have 30 seconds.
As the Archbishop and the applicant state, it's a moral duty to look after the environment. Where does the museum go if the inspector rejects the neighbourhood forum plan? Put the museum in the school, not in a large new building in Dean's Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions for Mr. Fisher? No, thank you very much for your contribution. We shall take that into consideration when we deliberate. Our second speaker is Alexander McCallion, Director of Works and Precinct at York Minster, who is the applicant and agent, and also Maria Boyce, agent for the applicant. Now, because you're speaking on two things, I'll give you a little more than 3 minutes, if that's okay.
Good evening. My name is Alex McCallion. I'm the Director of Works and Precinct at York Minster, and I'm joined by Maria Boyce, Planning Director at Savills, and behind me, Oliver Carrow, who is the Surveyor of the Fabric at York Minster, should members have specific technical questions. Since 2018, we have been developing a neighbourhood plan which sets a policy-led approach to how we care for York Minster and its complex 6-hectare precinct over the next 15 years. The plan is the culmination of 4 years' work, over 700 consultation responses, and developed in partnership with the City Council, Historic England, and other stakeholders. Sustainability is the golden thread running through the plan. And when I talk about sustainability, I mean environmental, financial, and heritage craft skills. As the Metropolitical Cathedral of the North, we feel we have a moral duty to take a lead on addressing the climate emergency. The time for talking has passed. We have an opportunity through our proposed solar tiles to present an exemplar case of national best practice and for York to continue to take a lead role in heritage adaptation. Despite its great size, York Minster is an incredibly fragile building made of ancient stone and glass. It costs £22,000 a day to operate and to care for York Minster. Climate change through extreme weather events is now its greatest threat. These applications represent a critical component of the plan, with the refectory creating a valuable income stream to ensure the precinct plays a role in generating a sustainable income stream to fund the operation, restoration and conservation of this Grade 1 national treasure. We also want to be a good neighbour to everyone who lives within and adjacent to the precinct.
Dealing with the detail, it's important to note that the scheme has adopted a conservation-led approach from the outset. The scheme before you has been developed in consultation with stakeholders, and as part of this, a number of options have been extensively tested and discussed. In accepting the change of use, the proposals by their very nature will result in alterations to the existing building. This includes new elements, but importantly, the removal of a number of unsympathetic additions associated with its former use that better reveal the history of the building. Any harm identified is outweighed by a number of clear and substantial public benefits, which include bringing this important heritage asset back into a viable use and providing universal public access to the building. The creation of a fully accessible new public open space within the heart of the city, creating a welcoming precinct with enhancements to biodiversity and well-being, providing new jobs within the city with 25 full-time and 20 part-time jobs being created. And finally, by delivering key objectives of the neighbourhood plan, by providing a valuable income stream for the ongoing care of the Minster, creating a world-class visitor experience within York to sustain vital visitor income for the Minster and the wider city, and helping to tackle the climate emergency head-on through the provision of best-in-class renewable technology and passive measures to help decarbonise the precinct. The benefits associated with the proposal are therefore not only significant, but integral to the Minster's future sustainability. And as such, we would respectfully urge members to approve these applications in line with officers' recommendations.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask how long the change of use of the school building has been in the plan for bringing into use as a refectory, etc., please?
We submitted our final draft for consultation in January 2020. And we were in the process of collecting consultation responses when COVID hit. We put the plan development into abeyance. And then, of course, the Minster School closed during the COVID pandemic. As a result of that, with the surplus estate that Chapter had, we then revisited the neighbourhood plan to take that significant part of the precinct into account and reconsulted on a revised and updated neighbourhood plan just before Christmas last year. And that consultation closed in January. And again, we took on all of the consultation responses that we received and submitted a final submission draft to the City Council in April. So we've received 58 consultation responses at the close of that last consultation period. So the lowest amount through the past 4 years.
Thank you. Any further comments? A supplementary?
No, it's not a supplementary, it's a new question. It's about cycle parking. You can't accommodate it on site by the sound of it, but would you be willing to work with officers to find locations in the vicinity for those 40 places?
Absolutely, very happy to do that. Just to reassure members that there are lots of cycle provision around the precinct, but we would be very happy to do that. That's not a problem at all. And we're discussing College Green as the next application.
I think it's important to note that there are actually 30 spaces being provided within the application itself. So there are 22 spaces delivered via 8 Sheffield stands within the new landscape public realm, and also 8 staff spaces provided undercover as well. So we're actually only 4 spaces or 2 stands short as a result of this application, and that alongside the fact that there's lots of other cycle parking within the vicinity that they felt on balance they could accept.
Yeah, that sounds really encouraging, but I wouldn't like us to think that there isn't more needed around, because it's very hard to find a space at busy times, which is when your facility will be open.
I think another sort of exciting part of the scheme as well is the creation of the cycle hub repair units as well within the landscape, which will provide a space for cyclists to be able to sort of pump up their tyres and tools, etc., to be able to sort of service their bikes as well.
Thank you. Councillor Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Accessibility is clearly something you care about. I think that's clear from this application and from previous development around the Minster. I'm just wondering if, seeing as you're hoping that this will be an accessible building, whether you'd consider a larger range of cycle storage types, not just Sheffield stands, so that if there's anybody who uses an adapted bicycle or maybe wants to bring their kids on bikes, there's also cycle storage suitable for them so that they can access your facilities.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first of a series of projects within the precinct to increase accessibility. So we would be very happy to look at that in the precinct.
Any further questions from members? Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. We'll take them into account when we commence our deliberations on this. Our next speaker is Christina Funnell, who I believe used to be a ward member for this area. You're speaking on both, so we'll give you a little more than the statutory 3 minutes to.
I started this off by writing good afternoon, councillors, but I think I ought to say good evening, councillors. I wish to support this application regarding the change of use of the former school to York Minster Refectory, used Class E, to include restaurant, kitchen and plant, creation of level access, installation of platform lift, new service doors, and all the stuff that you've already read about. This is really important because York Minster is the only cathedral in the country that has no catering facilities or restaurant facilities. And it's been a huge handicap in all the work that we've tried to do in welcoming and including people in the work that we do. So I'm keen to support this application for that reason alone, but also that I've been a volunteer at the Minster for many years and have specifically worked as a member of the community committee, who give widespread support to this application, by the way, to support the outreach work of the Minster, both to local York residents, but to many charities, locally, nationally and internationally. This work will be greatly enhanced and developed by the new facilities at the proposed refectory, particularly with full disabled access, which is not possible in many of our very old buildings. This is a sustainable and financially viable use of the Grade 2 listed building. There is also widespread support for the creation of a new public park with an emphasis on planting to increase in biodiversity and offering a new green lung in the city for residents to enjoy safely and secure. You've already discussed cycling, so I won't go on about that. I know that's dear to many people's hearts on this committee. But most importantly, it's an example of how York Minster is taking a lead to ensure its estate is moving towards the net zero target of 2020. We are taking our role in the city to lead by example very seriously, and the time, frankly, for talking is over. We must take action, and it's not good enough to say that heritage assets cannot be adopted, because they can, and they have to be. England's full of heritage assets, and if we're going to address the climate catastrophe that's coming to us, we've got to get on and do better things. York is taking the lead again, and Historic England are looking at this as an example of best practice, and I urge members to recognise this and support the application as an exemplar case for solar panels on a listed building. I also just want to be very sneaky and make a comment about the other application about College Green, because this is all the essence of the City Council My City strategy, creating a family-friendly space. I know Councillor Luck has been going on about that for a few years, haven't you? For people to enjoy the whole setting of the Minster. The Minster has listened to objections around the removal of trees and has reduced the number of trees to fell. But the fact is that this whole scheme is an excellent example of city partnership, with the Minster, York Bid, Friends of York Minster and York Minster Fund working together to deliver a scheme for the benefit of the city and in particular for the benefit of York residents and York charities who will have access to facilities to support their work.
I'll use Chairman's prerogative to allow you to get sneaky comments in.
Well,
right, are there any questions for Ms. Funnell? Nope, thank you very much for your contribution. We'll take those into consideration when we do our deliberations. And that leaves us now with one person, which is Councillor Craghill, who is the current ward council, one of the current ward council, but be very careful to say one of, who is speaking via Zoom.
Right, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. This is a bit of an opposite perspective to the conservation architects, I'm afraid. But I do welcome the fact that this application is now being recommended for approval. But I am concerned that this is with a very specific proviso on what kind of solar panels should be installed, as specified in condition 22. And I know the Minster have agreed to do this, but as I understand it, the specified solar slates will not only be considerably more expensive than the other integrated panels the Minster intended to use, but will also be quite a bit less efficient in terms of energy generation, and potentially even require quite a bit more maintenance. Committee members will obviously decide if they believe such specific requirements are necessary to make the panels effectively more or less invisible in the name of a particular concept of heritage. But I would like to ask you to consider if this is actually the right approach and the right precedent to set for others in the city who are looking to take a lead, as Councillor Funnell said, Tina Funnell said, on tackling climate change. And I would ask you to please consider removing condition 22 and allow the Minster to decide which integrated panels to put on which bits of roof. I just really wanted to challenge that narrative about conservation and climate change. I think what makes York so special are the layers of history that visitors can see and residents enjoy, illustrating how each period addressed its own particular challenges and opportunities. Layers of history that shouldn't stop and be preserved in aspic with the 21st century when we face the greatest challenge of all, climate change. To meet our carbon reduction targets, we need all major organisations in the city to step up and demonstrate leadership. And I very much commend the Minster for seeking to do this via its aspiration to become a gold standard eco-church. Of course, that process will have to take into account protecting the beauty of the Minster and its setting, in this case by taking the opportunity to installing a new roof to integrate the PV panels. But surely that doesn't have to mean compromising the operational effectiveness of the panels, nor should it mean seeking to hide the existence of the panels and the good example that they represent. With respect to other aspects of the application, I do think this is a good way forward for the building that will enable public access to the historic song school and help to secure its future whilst providing new publicly accessible green space in the precinct. I appreciate there are some concerns from residents in Talbot Court, but I think that if you decide to approve the application, the list of conditions that are proposed regarding neighbour amenity should enable us as ward councillors to work with the Minster to deal with any concerns. Although I would raise a very specific thing, you might want to query whether the disposal of glass bottles should be limited to a bit earlier than 11 p.m. For the neighbours. Thank you.
So David?
Sorry, I haven't been able to hear the last part of the meeting. I don't know what happened.
Sorry, never mind. 30 seconds where there was no audio.
Oh, right, okay, slight error, he couldn't hear the audio. Can you ask him again?
Did you hear the last speaker, David?
I did, yes, thank you.
And the suggestion that somehow we ought to be promoting the use of solar panels instead of the solar roof slates. And I'd asked that what your opinion of the level of harm would be if we went on to solar panels instead of solar roof slates.
It would be a greater level of harm than the solar slates, in my opinion. Is the simple answer. I mean, my role is to comment on heritage significance and where I see harm or conversely benefits. So the PV slates will have a level of harm because they do not look like traditional slates, but that is less harmful than introducing PV panels, which will be a completely different aesthetic to a traditionally slated roof.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you for that professional opinion. I would have just referred to the solar panels as being absolutely hideous on a building like this, but at least we've had your professional opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask a supplementary.
Can we just let Becky have?
Come in, just from our point of view.
Sorry, can I just from our point of view, this was a very important part of the negotiations for us in terms of the difference between the solar panel and the solar slate and working with the Minster to achieve what we have now achieved. And yes, there is still harm, but if you compare the slate to the panel, there's a significant difference. Hence why, as officers, we've been able to come to a decision on the balance because we've been able to work with the Minster to achieve that.
Becky, sorry, Chair. I think we need to know whether officers consider that the level of harm would be less than substantial or more than substantial, because there are different policy tests.
Yeah, it's less than substantial in both cases, but it's the degree, isn't it, where we're giving you the advice.
So it's still less than substantial. Yes.
Councillor de Gaulle.
Following on the line of questioning earlier on, I can understand the perspective, as you say, on that facade which is facing the front of the building. Would that same assessment apply to panels installed in the same pattern as the roof lights on the rear of the building, where they're not visible from the public perspective? That's a question really for the architect.
Just as a way of an explanation, there is a grade 1 listed building behind.
So
the you've got to take it in the
question
context of the impact on the surrounding area as well.
Okay.
So just because you can't see it from the public realm, you've also got to take it into account that there is a grade 1 listed building behind.
Okay.
But David, if you want to.
I concur, Becky. I mean, the fact that something can't be seen from a public realm isn't always a reason to disregard the harm. And so the building under consideration is visible from many different locations, from within buildings, from the street, from the churchyard behind. So the harm that I envisage, it varies, but there is a level of harm.
Okay, and that's that's more than the harm of the roof lights that are in the roof already. Is that what you're saying?
The harm due to yes. I mean the roof lights aren't ideal, councillor. You know, if you were to apply for, if you had a traditional roof without roof lights on a listed building and someone were to apply for roof lights, we would be reluctant to support an application, but they are there, and we have to accept that they're there, and we try to make sure that the situation isn't made any worse.
Thank you, Councillor Eyre.
Yeah, I profess not to be an expert. I don't know if officers are or not, but the suggestion that the more harmful solar panels are cheaper and more efficient, would that still apply if you were doing two separate types of solar system on the same roof? I.e., if you were putting the solar tiles on the front and then trying to put panels on the back, I would guess the cost of putting two systems in rather than one single system would outweigh any savings on one system being cheaper than the other. It is the same type.
I don't know the answer to that. Sorry.
You'd have to have two systems anyhow, facing different directions.
I'm not sure it's even a planning issue, the cost of it, is it really?
Yeah.
No. Okay, any further questions?
Can you just make sure something like David go?
Yep, no questions. Right. Thank you. Thank you to our Conservation Office. Right, I'll move it open to debate. Councillor Waters, you had your hand up like a...
Yeah, just trying to move this on a bit quicker, and now I would just go with the officer's recommendation, and I think we ought to be commending the approach that's being taken by the officers and the Minster to use solar roof slates, and it ought to be used as an example, well, obviously nationally, but on a local level, we ought to be promoting the use of such materials a bit more in conservation areas, large major developments. I did try to get this put forward for York Central with not a lot of success. And if we'd had solar roof slates or solar roof tiles in one of the earlier applications tonight, I'd have been a lot happier on the aesthetics of it. But no, let's push this on, move it to the vote, recommend
Well, we have to
approval.
get a second. Councillor Fenton, you were next, and then Councillor Looker, and then Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, more than happy to second approval. I think it's a win-win application really in terms of delivering quite groundbreaking sustainability, providing facilities which I know had been referred to slightly dismissively in the report as a commercially driven approach. I think it's providing much needed facilities for those who visit the Minster, and I think that's shouldn't be overlooked. So more than happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Looker.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do support this application. I think I would have probably supported, as Councillor Craghill was saying, I would have probably supported it with the original proposal of the solar panels. Yes, they are not beautiful, but when we have to balance quite literally saving the planet or saving a slate roof, there's probably not even the original roof dating back from 18 whatever it was, then I think the planet in my book comes a lot higher than a few slates. But I'm not going to propose an amendment. I think that would just make the whole thing too complicated. So I'm going to say that I think this is a very attractive proposition. I think in some ways, one of the, we haven't commented on it, but creating the completely level access into the building is actually going to make this building more accessible to heaps of people. I'm probably one of the very few people, perhaps not the only person, very few people sitting around this table that has actually been to the Minster School and spoken to the children as Lord Mayor once, not this recent one, but the time before. I addressed the Minster School Assembly and had a look round, and quite frankly a lot of the internal alterations were pretty drastic. I think this is going to bring the building back into a much more sensitive use, and I think the lift, and I'm quite comfortable with the fiddling around with the windows. We've got to make historic buildings adaptable and available for everybody. We live in a different world than when they were built, and we do not go around, perhaps it would be nice if we did, enjoying Roman baths in our, and the Romans probably had better sewage systems than we do, but by and large we have moved on, And I think we must enable our historic buildings sympathetically to move with the times. Otherwise, we are just cutting off great swathes of people from enjoying them. So I'm really happy to see this proposal go forward.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. No, Councillor Fenton beat me to it. I think we've heard everything. I propose we go for the vote now.
I'm quite happy to go to the vote. I mean, I would have loved to have had my say and said that I think it's a great scheme, but Councillor.
Chair, I believe Councillor Barker declared an interest in this application. The next one.
Was it a prejudicial interest or not?
No, it wasn't. No, it isn't, Chair. And it is declared in my register of interests. So I mentioned it out of transparency and openness.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've had a good say. I think there's a general feeling. It's been proposed and seconded approval with the amendment, and you're happy to accept the amendment to the condition to, is it 9:30 rather than 11 o'clock? Nine, sorry. I can't read my own writing. 9 o'clock. Sorry?
Just to clarify, you want condition 19
yes.
and condition 13 to be 9 in the morning until 9 at night on both Saturday and Sunday.
Right. Councillor Douglas.
So
when the cycle,
it's making sure that the full allocation of cycle parking is accommodated in the local area if it can't be on
that's
site.
an additional condition, but yes.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Sorry, just clarifying the hours for condition 13 from 9 AM till 9 PM on which days?
Every day.
Every day. Cool.
Every day. It'd make no difference. It was Saturday or Sunday. We'll reword it to say every day.
Right. Are we all clear what we're voting on? All those in favour of approval, please show. That is 5-11. That's unanimous. Okay, and that is therefore approved.
Oh, hang on, sorry. Hang on, we need to vote.
Listed building, sorry, we need listed building, correct. Do we need to take any further?
You won't need any changes to the listed building conditions because they're related to the full
okay.
conditions, so you won't need to put them on.
Right, is anyone prepared to make a proposal on this?
The listed building.
Listed building.
There's a full that you've just voted on and now we need you to vote on the listed building.
Yes. 4D.
Yeah, I'm proposing for 4D that we accept the officers' proposals and move to approval.
It's proposed. Is anyone seconding? Councillor Barker is seconding.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other proposals? Nope. In that case, all those in favour of. Thank you very much. That again is unanimous. That closes that item. Right, I shall now take my leave and ask Councillor Holly to take the chair. That's okay. You need to get vice chair. Thank you very much. Thanks to all officers. I'm not going too far there.
Right, let's keep going then. If I could pass on to Becky to introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair. So this is College Green, Minster Yard. It's for landscaping works, including provision of seating and stepping stones. So you can, I'll outline it with my laser. There you go. There's the site there. It's landscaping obviously the cathedral here, the school that we've just been talking about. So this is the view of the site now, the view northwest here. And again, the view from the northeast. Again, I'll just outline it's this area here that we're talking about. And again, the view towards Gate and Deangate with the area on here. So this is the proposals here. We can see the new details in here, along with the new pathway and the landscaping. I think that's potentially too small. Yep, we'll go with that one there. I'm just going to pass to you to Mark for the additional information.
Since the report was originally published, we have received an additional or a representation from the York Civic Trust, and their comments are summarised in the additional information sheet that has been circulated to members. In addition to that, we've also received formal consultation comments from the council's tree and landscape officer. Again, their comments are summarised in the papers. As part of that consultation response, the landscape officer suggested 2 conditions. They were already in the report, so there's no need to amend or update at this stage. And then finally, a clarification on paragraph 5.33, just clarifying the views in terms of the harm that the proposals would have on the conservation area and nearby listed buildings. It's officers' view that there wouldn't be harm caused, and again, that's clarified there. So that's all of that.
I'll open it up then to members' questions. I saw Councillor Waters first and then Councillor de Gaulle.
Thank you, Chair. Just to correct the planning officer, you will need to amend condition 5 as a result of what the tree and landscape officer has suggested in their suggested condition 2.
Yes. Yeah, we can amend that.
Fantastic. Councillor de Gaulle.
Yeah, just glancing at these comments, the tree officer makes reference to T278 and T735 that should be retained. Which 2 of those, and what's the response to that additional information? But it says T728 and 735, and then it says 736 and 734 could be retained. So there's 4 actually referred to in this additional information you've given us.
Typo in the additional information. T728, which is the
tree at the Fishergate end of the.
So it's S2, 728 and 735 are ones that are proposed to be retained anyhow.
No, the trees to be retained are T730, which is the which is the large one in the sort of the front of the site, if you like, at the Goodrum Gate end, and then 731, which is the tree next to it. In terms of 728, that's the existing tree that's at the bottom corner of the site adjacent to the bench. So it's the one that's in this location here, and then 735 is the one at this end of the path, which is in the next photo, I think, or on the previous slide, which is this one here. In terms of the, in terms of whether trees can be retained or not, as the tree office set out, there are a handful of the trees that you could potentially retain. However, they may be removed in the not too distant future. You can see in the picture quite a few of them are showing sort of abnormal shape. There is one of them, I believe, that's showing signs of damage as well. So I think at this point it's almost a sort of an opportunity, if you like, to sort of start with a clean slate, but set off from a sort of a point where things are allowed to grow and establish and thrive.
Okay, any further questions from members? Councillor Melly.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, because I'm struggling to see it in the papers and that writing's too small to read. As well as the seating in the middle, which is like a one non-continuous bench, is there some kind of age-friendly seating along the edge with backs and armrests, like along the path? Is there additional seating?
Yeah, so you've got the central stone feature here that will provide seating, but there's also benches proposed along the existing boundary wall along this edge of the site here.
Is the nature of that seating conditioned? Yeah, I think so.
It'll be conditioned through the approved plans. So we've got the details, so therefore we've approved it through that. I'm trying to see if we can, there's nothing on there, is there? No. Is there a specific that you would, what are you trying to?
Well, just that this is obviously quite a lot of seating provided through this thing through the middle, but it doesn't include any, from looking at the very final page of kind of the cross section, it's just like a long, yeah, good word, thank you. It hasn't got any back to it or any aids for getting up and down, any armrests or anything. But I think what's intended is for that to be along the edge by the path. But I just wanted to be sure that that kind of nature of seating will be provided along the path.
If that's what you want, we can add a condition along those lines for specific details to ensure that that they are. Just ask for it at the end when you come to.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Could you show us a photo that I think it's T735 at this end that is being suggested to be kept? Is there any way we can see that, what that looks like? Sorry, I'm talking about the one at the other end of the path that is. Is that the only photo we've got?
Okay, any further questions? Can't see any, so I think we can move on then to our public speakers. The first is Roger Pearce, who's speaking in objection. If you'd like to join us at the seat, please.
Thank you. Now, circulate these photos.
And you'll have heard you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a warning.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all staying on for such a long time. I must start by saying I'm highly prejudiced. My prejudice actually is in favour of the Minster. My younger son was a Minster chorister from 2003 to 2009. He therefore attended the Minster School. We are friends of the Minster. We support all the proposals, and particularly the publicity given to them, with the exception of this one. And really the question is why? And I think it's the point that's been mentioned to me by so many people I know. It's a small, unspoiled area. It's a little oasis when you go past. It's very different from the rest of the Minster. It is an abused word, an iconic view, which you will see in the paintings of William Etty and others. And it has hardly changed during the centuries. It does two things. It provides a foreground to the magnificent east end of the Minster, and it also provides a green area which people can actually enjoy quietly by just looking, picnicking, and walking across it. And most people who walk across diagonally. So they're going to be captured by the hook of stonework that is proposed. There are two issues. One is the issue of the trees. And it's significant that the council's tree officer, Esther Priestley, whom I've worked with and admire, takes a slightly different view from the applicants. And I'm not as ready as your officers are to dismiss the views of specialist advisors. The second aspect of the proposal is how the middle ground, in fact, will be treated. What is proposed is the addition of these stone seats in a wholly unnatural and hook-like formation. It's sepulchral. It reminds me of a war memorial in Belgium. It's rigid. It prevents the flexible use of the space. And as it's designed, sadly, it's going to be subject to abuse by graffitis and taggers, and also by skateboarders. It also distracts really from this wonderful scene by offering this. It looked like concrete, frankly. Limestone and concrete look very similar. Now, what I find quite peculiar is the Minster employs the finest stone craftsmen in England. And what are being asked to do? They're being asked to emulate concrete blocks. They're not applying any of their skills. At least if we have to have some stone, we'll take some stone that's been taken from the Minster and actually reuse it so people can put their fingers in the fine finials and appreciate the craftsmanship, not emulate
30 seconds left.
concrete. Right. My request to you is to defer the application for a site visit with the trees clearly marked, which the applicants propose to demolish as the present term, and those which your own tree officers thinks in fact should be conserved. And also to give you the opportunity for the tree officer to speak to you in person and other people to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have any questions. I can't see any, so thank you. Oh, Councillor Waters.
It's just a question to the office as well. Roger's there. He's made a suggestion about actually having a site visit, which I think is very sensible, but I'm just thinking what you said earlier. Personally, I don't have any problem at all with having a site visit. It's out in the open. But this is so important. It really is. That I think it would be well worth members that's not particularly au fait with these trees and this scene to actually go on site. And it would be useful if Esther Priestley was there as well.
We did do a virtual site visit the other day to this site where all the trees were clearly visible. Esther wasn't there because we've only just in the last couple of days got Esther's comments, but we've taken it in the round and made the decision. But yes, members have already seen the site and the features were pointed out as part of that site visit.
Okay, any further questions? I can't see any, so thank you for your time this evening and thank you for your patience as well. We can move on then to Alexander McCallion and Andrew Lowson. So Alexander's the Director of Works and Precinct at York Minster and Andrew is the Executive Director of York Bid. And they're sharing their 3 minutes. But yes, if you'd like to make a start in your own time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee again and for the introductions to us both. An important part of our neighbourhood plan is an emphasis on well-being and increased public access to our open spaces. More importantly, safe access with a family focus in line with the City Council's My City Centre vision. College Green, as we know it today, dates from the mid-1950s. It was originally surrounded by wrought iron railings, and before that, parts of it were used as a wood store. Like the whole of the precinct, the site has changed and evolved through the centuries, and today we are seeking permission for the space to be updated to provide accessible seating, planting and play space appropriate for its very special setting and as supported by historic England. Good estate management requires the removal of trees at the end of their lives and replacement with new. This will become a high quality space for residents and visitors to enjoy, and I was sorry to read some of the objections which seem to completely miss this point. We cannot preserve the precinct in Aspic, and it would be entirely wrong to do so. We want people to use and enjoy this space. This is a true city centre partnership project.
Yeah, just to add to what Alex is saying, in terms of the York bid, our business plan has a remit to work with partners to create more green space within the cities for both local and visitors to enjoy alike. You're probably aware that over the past couple of years, we've done a couple of pop-up parks, in a response obviously to COVID in that area, and we've received very good feedback from businesses, obviously, which is important to ourselves in terms of how that space has been used and how it has benefited them, but also a lot of positive feedback from residents in terms of it being a pleasant space for them to enjoy and to dwell and to encourage them to stay in that part of town. The bidders worked hard, to actually, work at this in terms of a joint funded project. So there's money going in from ourselves, obviously the Minster. There's a bit of legacy from the Bloom project from a few years ago, and we've also been able to lever out about £15,000 of government money as well. So it is seen as a solid proposal from that point of view. And I mean, just to complement what Alex said as well, obviously we spoke in support of My City Centre a few weeks ago. That's obviously got a lot of themes within that, but enhanced green, family-friendly space is a key thing within that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll ask members if they've got any questions. Councillor Fenton, and then I'll.
Thank you. Just picking up the point that Councillor Melly raised about the sort of beige-coloured seating along the path. Can you confirm what type of seating that will be? Primarily, whether it will have backs and armrests, which are better for older people and others with mobility issues.
Yes, at the early stages of this project, we consulted the York Disability Rights Forum, who were very helpful in providing specific feedback on this element. So these are a mixture of stone and benches along the side, but and with armrests and sides as well in metal, and you can see where a wheelchair user would be able to place the wheelchair and for somebody to sit beside them. So that's what they're showing along the path, which again undulates at the moment. A lot of the mature trees have lifted stone, so it's very difficult to get a pram or a wheelchair along there. So they would all be levelled, and the level down to where Gudrun meets Deangate will become a softer incline. It is quite a steep push at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas.
Thank you. There were some comments by another public speaker about the hook-like shape of the seating in the centre, and whether that would cause difficulties. And I also wondered whether that would cause difficulties with the use of the space for other things like the pop-up events that have happened through lockdown.
The inspiration for the design is actually taken from the apex of the Great East Window. So you won't actually ever see it in plan like this, but it is broadly designed to be a reflection of the Great East Window, and the vesica shape you can see all around the cathedral, on the south transept and in our choir aisle windows. So there's been a lot of thought gone into that shape. In terms of access, our Fabric Advisory Committee were very clear that the stone skirt that surrounds the bench is to aid accessibility to that, and so that part doesn't become worn. And in terms of pop-up space, there's still a significant amount of college green there, because in the summer, a lot of people like to sit on that space. But the reality is that after September, the space, if you can't sit on one of the few benches there, the space is unused. It's damp. A lot of the grass has died because the trees have got too big. So, you know, it is going to inject life back into that space, as we've seen through the two pop-up events. Andrew, I don't know if you want to add to the pop-up point.
The pop-up point, yes. I think the only thing I'd probably add on that is, obviously, each time you do a pop-up, and you know, the first year, if you remember, we had there was a tent there as well as the seating. This year we just did seating, but that comes with a cost every time we do it. And again, we've met that cost between the bid and the city council, and it's been very successful. The idea is that I was given a proof of concept for something that would be more permanent, and obviously going back to the partner approach to funding, the fact of being able to pull together, you know, a substantial amount of money, I think, to deliver this project. That is something which will therefore benefit, hopefully, the city and that part of the area for years to come, rather than having to constantly put pop-up events there.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I think the previous public speaker maybe had a point about the desire line and people cutting across the grass, you know, rather than walking all the way around the top, walking kind of behind the information board, and whether the top of the seating area is a bit in the way and people might get caught in the hook. So I was just wondering, whether you've considered moving it, shifting it all kind of down, or having it in, or flipping it so it isn't like kind of reflection of the Minster, or having it as two, or, you know, have you considered anything like that?
We've looked extensively at this during pre-app, particularly with Historic England and the City Council Conservation Officer and our own Fabric Advisory Committee. And the points within the stone bench that look like blocks are actually open points. So it is permeable. So where the red dot is at the moment, so you can move through it, and the stepping stone features are an interactive part that we hope children will use to play in. So in terms of desire lines, knowing this estate like the back of my hand, I mean, people do tend to walk around the edge, and where you see the grass is worn is at the edges underneath the trees where the light can't get to it. So, but back to my earlier point, it is permeable. You're not going to get into the apex and get trapped. You can go through.
Councillor de Gorn, and then I've got Councillor Rucker.
Yeah, it was just on the looking at that design, the stepping stones, or the area which is sort of going to be shaded by the bench. What sort of management have you got planned for that? Because I'm just imagine, I mean, obviously, say under the trees tends to get worn. If those are stepping stones, then it's going to get worn, and you know, it's going to be difficult to cut the grass around it. You know, is it going to get rather neglected and collect litter and stuff like that?
Well, this part of the precinct is under the care of our gardening team. So we have 4 full-time gardeners, and we will be increasing the number of gardeners as we get more formal planted space within the precinct. So the proposal here is that we let that go to wildflower. So from spring onwards, it won't be cut, and it will be planted to encourage wildflowers and pollinators. And I mean, and we'll have to see how that it works in reality when it is used. But in other parts of the precinct where we're doing that, it is respected and works well, and children go on bug exploration, and we have various bug hotels around the precinct. So it's all the interaction and family.
I think if I could, sorry, I was just going to add to Alex's point there. I think just on the element of play, because you as councillors will have, seen lots of information again through My City Centre and other surveys about, residents often saying there's not enough places for children to play in the city centre, and it has been. It is a difficult thing to do because, of course, we knew this area wasn't really conducive to putting a brightly coloured roundabout and a slide in place. And we actually took inspiration from the museum gardens, because those people who know that area well, a lot of children, there's not specific play equipment there, but a lot of children will play on the ruins, and jump around, etc. So that is, we took some of that inspiration from our own city for that element of this scheme.
Councillor Lucan.
Yes, just on play space, you can do an awful lot with, in a sense, flat play space. You can create quite interesting mazes. You only do it on foot. You don't have a hedge, but they are wonderful pathways for children to follow. I was just going to go back to pop-ups. I have sat on College Green many times to watch the mystery plays, which usually, the wagon plays usually come and use that site as part of their tour of the city. That will still be accessible, won't it? I mean, they will, there's no issue around that at all, is there?
No, they are an important part of the tradition of the precinct, and remembering there is significant space in front of St William's College itself in terms of hard standing, but a convening listening space as well that will still be there.
Thank you, and Councillor Douglas.
Thanks. I'm just thinking about the the council's tree expert and the recommendation about which trees are kept. And so I can see that you've got the two most important there, and then it goes on to say here that T728 and 735 should be retained, and that's quite a strong indication. I just wondered what you thought about the potential of keeping those and assimilating them into your scheme.
We have listened carefully to the objections around the loss of trees, and we have added back in T731, but I'm acting on the advice of our arboriculturalist, is that the trees that we are asking to remove are failing and are at the end of their lives. So if we don't put an application in through this planning application, we'll have to apply for a separate permission to take them down. It's basic good estate management, and these trees are some of them predisposed to failure. So there's a health and safety risk on some of these trees. And just to stress to committee, I don't take lightly taking down a tree. And since I've been in post, there have been 23 trees. There's been a net increase of 23 trees. And please don't think that we haven't given this an awful lot of thought, but these trees are approaching the end of their natural life. That isn't the case for T731, which is why it has been added back in with robust evidence.
Okay, I can't see any further questions there, so thank you for your time again this evening, and you're free to join the other members. Move on then to any further questions for officers. If there are none of those, we're happy to move straight into debate. I'll open that up. Councillor Lucker.
I'll get in first on this one. Can I just say, before I formally move anything, that the Japanese are encouraging everybody to really take advantage of cherry trees. We do not have enough cherry trees in this country. If you wanted, I can recite Houseman's poem, "Loveliest of trees, the cherry now," but I won't because it's late. It's late, but one of these days I'll give it to you. So I think the wildflower planting and the cherry trees are actually a huge, wonderful resource. Yes, it's ephemeral. It doesn't last very long, but sometimes pure pleasure is ephemeral, and we should all go and stand outside the cherry trees and enjoy them. So on that basis, and taking into account the comments that have been made, particularly taking into account Councillor Melly's comments on seating, because there isn't at the moment enough. It's awful, the seating. If you look at the very nice photographs provided by Roger Pierce, the seating is horrid. I've sat on it and it's very uncomfortable. So I'm very happy to move this proposal.
Thank you. I assume we're doing so with all the various additional.
Just writing it down.
Fantastic. Looking then for a second, I just see Councillor Fenton.
Happy to second, Chair.
Any further debate? Are we happy to move to a vote relatively quickly? Councillor Melly and Councillor Douglas.
Presumably, we haven't got exact wording for, what that condition would be relating to the seating. So we don't know exactly what we're voting on, but I have really strong opinions on benches. You'd think it wouldn't be something you'd have strong opinions on, but I really do. And striking that balance between being accessible and age-friendly, and having lots of armrests and good backs, but not to the extent that it could be considered hostile architecture, and getting that balance right between having enough armrests, but not so many that it prevents the benches from being used for certain things, and just making sure that's clear in the condition.
I think what we'll probably do is we'll ask for a scheme to be submitted. So then we can start, and then we can potentially do that with chair. And do we have a deputy chair at this moment? I've just realised I'd say chair and deputy chair, but if I could do it with the chair, we'll look at I'll get the exact wording to be agreed with the chair, and then we'll look at it in terms of everything that you've just said on, maybe put an informative on underneath it to just say we want to make sure it's accessible for all, but yet still architecturally acceptable.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not too worried just because of the nature of the applicant, but having it in the conditions, they were sure of it.
I see exactly what I'll have to go away and write something that's suitable. So if I can do that with the chair and then get that agreement that way, please, if possible.
See nods there, so.
Clarify with the recommended conditions in this are added, are they? From the tree and landscape officer recommendation?
I think from our point of view, we considered that they were already covered in the conditions that you've got, but if you would prefer them to the ones that you've got in the report, they cover more or less the same thing. It's just that they're potentially more specific, but the landscape officer would be involved in the discharge of those conditions. So we were happy with what we'd already recommended, but if you want to change it, it's technically the same, I would say, in terms of what we will get as the end result.
Okay, let's just go to Councillor Douglas then.
Yeah, apparently we're not following the order of people putting their hand up anymore. It's what I was going to talk about, was those conditions that the landscape officer had recommended. And then we haven't discussed their recommendation around T728 and T735 either. And given that they say should be retained, that is a legal strong term. And what they're saying is that there's no reason to remove them because of health. And we've obviously got a difference of opinion around that between the applicant and the landscape officer. So I don't know what the solution is there, but it seems to me that we shouldn't be taking out trees that there's no good reason for them to go, given that they are being within that scheme. There's trees in exactly the same position.
Okay, well, the officer's recommendations have been moved and seconded, so if that falls, we can come back to that. But on that basis, I can't see any further issues, so perhaps if Becky could give us a a summary of
Yeah,
where we are at
so-
the moment? If you can just check that we've.
It was to replace the condition to the landscaping officer's conditions rather than the landscaping condition there. It was also for an additional condition with regard to the details of the seating to be submitted and approved and agreed with the chair. And then potentially an informative just to make sure that everything that Councillor Melly requested comes in as part of that scheme. Okay. Mike.
I asked for clarification about the conditions in here, and another member has raised another paragraph in here which has been asked to be considered. I think we should vote on that as a package if that's acceptable to committee.
We've had the officer's recommendations moved and seconded. If we now want to add back in extra
I
things,
will,
that's
I will
fine. Let's-
abandon moving and seconding if you wish to
If you're
discuss
happy
this
to
further.
add those additional things in, we can take that as.
Can I just come in here? Can I just clarify that you want to revert to the landscaping officer's requested conditions rather than the conditions in the report?
Chair, the conditions don't meet what Councillor Douglas said. You would have to write another condition. There are, the bit that Councillor Douglas referred to isn't the revised wording, it's her comments, which is, I want to keep more trees.
Yes.
If you switch 1 and 2 in, doesn't change any more trees.
No, you're
So
right.
somebody would have to now sit and write a condition that reflects the bullet point about keeping more trees, which
No,
could
it's
take a
not.
while.
It wouldn't, the conditions that we have wouldn't cover saving those trees. It's the recommendation that as officers, we find it acceptable, because you're looking at the scheme as a whole, and we've made that decision as a whole, hence the conditions that we put forward. But then there was an amendment to one of them to change from, now, hang on. So if you look at your additional information to condition 2. So if you see on the last page of additional information, the planting proposals on the approved drawing, this was from Councillor Waters, shall be implemented with a period of 6 months, and any trees planted, that he wanted that substituting for a minute. Condition 5. Yeah, so you'd change condition 5 to condition 2. That would be the only one that you would change. That was what was put forward from Councillor Waters to change that one.
I think Councillor Douglas was implying that you take the first of those as well. But I'm not sure what that's replacing. I don't.
It's not a replacement of anything, it's in addition, isn't it? And what I asked the committee to do is to consider a quite valid comment made by the landscape officer that we hadn't considered at all. And usually in committee, we would accept that we should look at everything that's mentioned to us or advice given. I'm quite surprised that we don't think that that's the approach to take here.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I think that then takes it to a different recommendation from what we've got moved and seconded. But Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we've read the comments of the council's landscape architect. We've heard from the applicant, who's put forward the views of their arboricultural officer, who I would like to think would have a better understanding of a knowledge of the trees within the precinct. So I'm more than happy to re-propose what was proposed by Councillor Looker as clarified by Becky. I'm comfortable that the basis for the removal of the trees that are proposed to be removed is sound.
Okay. Councillor Waters.
I'm just confused as to why somebody would think that you take one arboriculturalist recommendation over and above the council's arboriculturalist. When the council's arboriculturalist, I wish I had to stop saying that word, is providing a purely independent view, and they're not trying to promote a development that in this case is more viable when it's a clear space.
I think I've already answered that one, because we've looked at the scheme as a whole and we've taken into account everything that our agricultural officer has said. Now you're going to make me say it, and the Minster's agricultural officer has said, and we've taken a view of the scheme that's proposed as a whole and weighed it up in terms of the loss of the trees. And it's very clear that we have weighed that up, and in terms of what this new scheme will bring, hence the recommendation that we've got to. So it's not that we're not listening to one and we're listening to the other. We've made the planning balance, which is what that is our job to do, to make the recommendation to you guys.
As I understand it, then, so Councillor Look has withdrawn her proposal. Councillor Fenton has re-proposed a slightly amended proposal. Councillor Ayres happy to second that proposal. We can now probably move swiftly to a vote, but Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. In the additional information, in that third bullet point down that talks about trees T728 and T735, the council's tree and landscape officer, easier to say, says that those two trees should be retained as they provide characterful old trees, blah, 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 until such time as they can no longer be safely sustained. So that is the opinion from the council's tree and landscape officer, that they should be retained until such time as they can no longer be safely sustained. We've heard an opinion this evening that they can no longer safely be sustained. So as far as I'm concerned, there isn't a specific recommendation that links to those two trees. They're not mentioned in anything in the additional information. So I'm wondering if that is something of a red herring, and if we can kind of move to a proposal and vote on this, because I think that we could talk all evening about whether those two specific trees should or shouldn't be kept. Nobody is made, in none of the information specifically says that those two trees should be kept if they can't be safely sustained.
Thank you. I'm very happy to test the opinion of the committee on the current proposal and second we've got. So Becky.
Okay. So let me just find where I've written it. 2 seconds. So we've got to substitute condition 5 for condition 2 within the additional information. We've also got an additional condition with regard to the seating details to be submitted to and approved through a scheme to ensure that they do everything that Councillor Melly wanted.
Thank you. So if I could then see all those in favour of the proposal. See those against. And I don't think there are any abstentions. That's 7 for and 2 against, so that's passed. So I'll just close the meeting then by just thanking everybody for your time this evening. Obviously a very long meeting, so special thanks to public speakers that have stuck through to this point, and also to officers that have managed to make it this far as well. So thank you, everybody.